Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray, be seated. This Honorable House is now in session.
Item 3, oath of allegiance or formation of a new member. Item 4, confirmation of minutes.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Wendell, St. George's, on Tuesday, 2nd March 2021, be taken as read.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceeding of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Welldale, St. George's on Tuesday, 2nd March 2021 be taken as read. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the said minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Welldale, St. George's on Tuesday, 2nd March 2021 be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the said minutes be confirmed. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 5, messages from the Governor General. Item 6, announcements by Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, just some brief comments. We would have absent at the House today Honorable Parliamentary Representative for Carrick-on Petite Martinique, she will be here, South St. Andrews, Southeast, Honorable Emmeline Pierre, and St. George South, Honorable Nicholas Steele, would not be joining us today because of other very important issues dealing with personal issues. Honorable members, secondly, let me say how pleased I am that we are all able to be here and we're still above ground. We're still above ground, and we have to give thanks to God for that. It is not by our doing, but by a greater force that has kept us safe thus far. Today we have a long day ahead of us. We can determine the length of that day, but I want us to keep as much as possible with the timing allocation on the standing orders and on any variation or changes that would be made by the Speaker. We would want to get through as much as we can without shortchanging our constituents. We want to give them all that is required of them, but we want to do that straight to the point. Thank you.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the following papers be laid on the table. 1, Grenada Commercial Complex Limited, Chairman's Report for the period ended July 31st, 2019.
Just before you proceed, okay. We want to advise that the Ministry of Finance has advised that the certificate was not ready, and so we want it to be deferred to the next sitting. That is the commercial, oh no, sorry, that is the Grenville Commercial Complex. My apologies. My apologies. Please proceed. Yeah, the Grenville Commercial Complex report, there is something that is supposed to be attached to it from the Audit Department and the Ministry of Finance, and that was not yet attached. So they're asking that it be deferred to the next meeting. The report came in on time, but these things need to be added. We're sorry about that. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I refer to item 2 only.
Item 2 only.
So I beg that the following paper be laid on the table. The Fiscal Responsibility Oversight Committee 2020 Annual Report on the status of implementation of the Fiscal Responsibility Act number 29 of 2016.
Honorable members, the report number 2 is laid at the table.
Item 9, unopposed private business. Item 10, questions.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address a few questions that are on the order paper. I think these questions were given a long time ago, but I have to address this because the answers were not given in terms of the allotted time. This morning I received just one answer from the Honorable Horsford. And so in terms of the questions, I would like for the questions be handled according to the standing orders and the Constitution of our country. Thank you.
Okay, there were some questions asked, and there was an indication that the responses would be given at the next sitting. If we look back at the questions, do we have any? I know there were some questions for the Ministry of Health. There are questions for the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, according to the order paper, there are 7 questions that were laid before.
Yeah.
And it was promised that at the next sitting, the
answers would be given.
Well, so far, only one answer was given, even the time that elapsed.
Okay.
Is about 10 weeks.
All right. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had a conversation with the Leader of the Opposition that certain items will not be taken today, and I discussed the reason with him why. And we indicated and agreed upon that he will get his point to speak on either the unopposed private business or personal explanation, whichever your Speaker will determine that he'll have to make some statements on. So, no questions today, and I think I discussed with him the reasons why. So I'm very surprised that he would raise it today, because we know of the time limit and constraints that we have. It's not to say that questions, were not ready. We know a lot of them are ready. But the fact that we would not be taking that item 10 today. I think many of the members did not come prepared to hand it in. They hand it in normally just before the next session. So I'm rather surprised, Mr. Speaker, that he raised these questions. As a matter of fact, I expected, and he made it abundantly clear to me when I told him that all the ministers will be giving up ministerial statements today. And he said, no, he wants his component. So we said the most important items from ministerial statement, limited to a maximum of 4, will go today. So I'm just asking the leader of the opposition, through you, Mr. Speaker, to, if you can abide by what we've discussed today. Thank you.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not address the questions on the paper. All that I addressed was the answers that were not forthcoming.
Okay, thank you. Okay, honorable members, at our last sitting it was agreed that we would try to ensure that the answers are given. And at this sitting is when the answers were supposed to be given. Since we do not have all of the parliamentary representatives here to give the answers, and the answers are not ready, I want to say that at the next sitting of the House of Representatives, we want to ask that all members having answers to questions have them sent to the Parliament beforehand. So your answers would be made, and we trust that you would accept this ruling from me. Sir. Thank you.
Item 11, urgent questions under the provisions of Standing Order number 20. Item 12, statements by ministers.
Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. George, Tongue of St. George.
St. George. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a brief statement with respect to the state of negotiations, and I do so as Minister of Labour, with respect to the negotiations between the government and the public sector unions, with respect to the Public Workers Union and the Technical and Allied Workers Union, that those discussions are at the level, negotiations are at the level of the Labour Commissioner, and I have not yet had a report on the details. I think they met yesterday, and I would have a report shortly on that. But with respect to the Grenada Union of Teachers, that matter did come before me this week. Both sides were present, the GUT and the GNT. The GUT led by the president of the GUT and the GNT led by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the government, Minister Joseph. The discussions were very cordial. Both sides, in my view, came with the intention to actually negotiate and discuss some resolution. I indicate to everybody when I speak that I do not speak as a participant, I speak as a person mediating and trying to find resolution. I therefore simply want to report this morning that I am happy with the state of the negotiations. We left off last week with both sides having proposals on the table, and we return hopefully this coming week, where we hope to draw the parties closer. I simply want to report that we are working diligently. I want to commend both sides for their seriousness in the discussions, and to say, Mr. Speaker, that I do hope that we will find some resolution soonest that will be a compromise, but where both sides will be happy. That is my report, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew Southwest. Minister for Agriculture. Sorry.
Yeah.
Minister for Sports
Culture and the Arts,
Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to update this Honourable House and inform them of what is taking place regarding sports. we have, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed to host the St. Vincent senior men's football team here. They came in on the 17th. They'll be here till the 8th of June. Due to the volcanic eruption that took place in St. Vincent, they are unable to practice and prepare for the CONCACAF games. The team would be undergoing the final 2 matches in Group C of the CONCACAF qualifiers for the FIFA World Cup 2022. And they are scheduled to play in Curacao on the 4th of June and return here to play Cuba on the 8th. The same evening, we'll be playing Montserrat here in Grenada. So there's a lot of activities taking place where sports are concerned. They are now here and they are practicing, preparing. They'll be here for 2 weeks, and we have offered to support them and help them through, get through with that process. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have the South African cricket team that is due to play 5 T20 games against West Indies at the stadium from June 26th to July 3rd. This, Mr. Speaker, is the first time South Africa has played bilateral cricket in the West Indies since 2010. So it's a plus. It's going to be excitement. The games are scheduled. These games are supposed to be played in Trinidad, but because of the pandemic in Trinidad, we have asked Grenada, and we have supported them in taking on, hosting these matches. So, and it was done in short notice, but we are able to put a team together and start the ball rolling. So we hope these games will come out successful. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate all the sportsmen. A lot of them have been studying. They have done very well. I don't want to single out anyone here today, but we have had numerous sportsmen and women graduating from universities at different levels, and I'm happy that they are taking the education serious. They're just not looking at the sporting event, just the sports, but they're balancing themselves with the education as well. And they have been doing well. Anderson, again, has done well. Kowani, again, has done well. They are, focused. And we have, even in the swimming, every, facet of this whole sporting program throughout the world, Grenada is part of it. And it tells you something that we are moving up in that area. And I want to congratulate all the sportsmen and women who have been doing a great job, and we are here to support them. So this is what I just wanted to inform this honorable host. We also have the Whitsuntide Games tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Sports, Fisheries,
22nd in fact.
Honorable Parliament Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make a comment on an area of responsibility that under my ministerial area of responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, and that's related to the CBI program. But before I do this, I want to first say that I'm so happy to see us be able to sit together once again as a family, simply because I think we have all basically observed our fundamental responsibility to create herd immunity. And by leadership, we have demonstrated this. So I hope the Speaker has been able to do similarly with all the officers of the Houses of Parliament, together with the President of the Senate, because that is the way we want to get back together. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to say further that we, as a cabinet, intend to restart our session physically, because it's difficult trying to have a couple members in a cabinet meeting in front of you, and then if you community and supported it. So you notice in his resignation, he made no attempt to criticize the initial appointment or the Foreign Office of Foreign Representation of the country. It appears in doing this and seeking that appointment, he may have had strong interest in the CBI program as an investor. We did not know that then. But like everybody else, he had a right to do so. And since all the security and other checks were done, the CBI committee did give him the opportunity, and he started that project in Montrouge area. Mr. Speaker, it's important to, when you see the rationale for the resignation, you have to be clear that it was based on what appears to be disappointment with the business activity, nothing to do with the representation in Miami. And that's a point that must be understood. So, in making his points, I would have thought, and any person who has no selfish motive would not go some other direction that he had gone. Mr. Speaker, in his resignation, he described the government and, of course, the leadership of the country as anti-business, anti-investor. And we only became so after 2019. All before that, we were very investor-friendly government. In fact, he stated so, that how well we were welcoming to investors and so on. Something happened later in late 2019 in 2020 that changed his view. I will tell you what happened, and I think the people need to know. But before I do so, let me say this. Many private sector projects, Mr. Speaker, have been ongoing, particularly in a time of crisis. Tells a completely different story of the anti-business. We got about 7 major projects ongoing, and none of them have in fact complained about any anti-business perception of the government. So let us get that right. In fact, the rise in the CBI Section 11 application, which is the investor component, get to investment finances, is much higher today than in recent times. In fact, higher than what it was before COVID-19. So that's significant. It is therefore unfortunate that anyone would brand this government as anti-business, anti-investor, because they are not allowed to do as they wish. What is even more disturbing, Mr. Speaker, is the notion that he tries to see if he can get a companion in his estimation of anti-business. Look the choices, look at the cases he chose. He says that we hung it down that we are being investor in Grenlec. So that's an anti-investor image that was created by our saying on national security asset of Grenlec, the only electricity service in the country, must be in the hands of the authorities that can guide policies as far as energy and the development of the country as a whole. But he has a problem with this, he says, because it is owned by a foreign family in Miami who don't look like many of us here. And this is extremely insulting. And he also doesn't look like many of us here. So there is an element, in my view, of racist connotation. And I have a problem with this because I haven't lived in the United States and watched racism and see it for an individual who came like Jesus Christ because of his interest, what he says in the country. All of a sudden, we become the beast overnight. But he felt we should keep Grenlec in the hands outside. Look what happened recently in the United States. A pipeline was hacked. A pipeline, and the United States is a massive country. Not only one pipeline in the United States, but it affected the energy source in a major part of the United States, and they were quaking, Mr. Speaker. Because the impact of energy being stopped in its delivery to several parts of the United States, including major cities like New Jersey, Washington, Maryland, and so on, would have affected business and jobs and the whole economy of the United States. But we should keep it in the hands of our Grenlec Energy. And he claimed that's why we had to spend so much money on paying off for Grenlec. Well, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, to this gentleman, I am proud. If we could be described as anti-business, anti-investor, because we have decided that Grenlec and its natural service to this country must be influenced in some extent, not even necessarily owned, but influenced by the government and people of this country. I am proud to be anti-business, and I'm sure the members of the government generally would all be extremely proud. Mr. Speaker, he also says, I don't know where we get this one, that we had a problem with Rex Grenadian, and we are trying to take over Rex Grenadian, and this government want to run any hotel? I don't know where this gentleman get this, but he clearly wants to build a case of an atmosphere. These are the two cases he cited, you know. These are the two cases, not another CBI investor, you know. These are the cases he has claimed, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this. Government never attempted to buy off Rex Grenadian. We have no money to do so, and we don't intend ever to do this. In fact, Royalton Hotel, which is now the major shareholders in Rex, were in negotiations with Rex during the time that he's talking about. We were unhappy with the service of the hotel and expressed that. And Royalton, a credible hotel operator, was in discussion, and we were happy and in fact supported the arrangement. So Rex Grenadian is still a shareholder in the Royalton property now being developed. He doesn't even know this, but he claims, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, you are aware, and we are all aware, of the so-called shrimp farm debacle. We're in the early stage of the CBI. We did not have the checks and balances, and that shrimp farm and the investor came with all the glowing recommendation and checks, and they got many of our CBI application investors in that operation, did the Section 11. They raised almost $19 million and did not spend a cent on this. We had FBI and other institutions and other intelligence organizations who were searching for the assets to help us about that particular investment. We took a lot of licks for this, and quite rightly so, because we are in the government. So the CBI and its institution, with leadership of the government, says there must be escrow account, and we must observe how monies obtained by our citizenship are used primarily for development of the projects involved. Clearly the gentleman wanted to be, it seems like he wanted to be another shrimp farm, where there's no accountability, that he can do what he wants with the resources. But Section 7 of the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Approved Project Investment Regulation, Mr. Speaker, now says, because of that, it provides that every developer shall use all qualifying investment amounts received for approved projects for the sole purpose of the development of a particular approved project. Anybody could have a problem with that if you're honest and sincere and you're interested in development of the country. Mr. Speaker, the government has a fundamental responsibility to ensure that this is done. In fact, we cannot explain to the nation if another shrimp farm emerges. And if there is any hint that an entity, any developer's actions are contrary to the provision I just quoted, we have a duty to investigate and put measures in place to address the same. The fact is, this developer was a member of the diplomatic community as given by the government until his resignation. And it made it even more important to ensure that his actions were in keeping with the laws of the country. In other words, he has a bigger responsibility. So if our efforts to ensure compliance with the laws of the land makes us anti-business and anti-investor, I am proud. But let me say this further, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman, when we found out that the monies that he was collecting from the CBI, didn't correlate with the construction activities on the ground, we asked for explanation. You know what the gentleman did? He called a couple of investors trying to get them, Mr. Speaker, to behave like him so that he would not be the one doing it. And one investor called us and said, "Why is this man calling us?" He did it again a second time, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs can bear me out. I called a meeting, a Zoom meeting, when he went together with one of his workers or investors, and said to him that as a person representing the country, you may have an interest in your investment and you have a right to, but your behavior is inconsistent with that sort of representation. And I said to him, and the Minister for Foreign Affairs will remember, I said, "I'm sure you're aware there's something called baseball. 1 strike, 2 strikes. The 3rd strike, what? You're out." So this resignation you see there, Mr. Speaker, is because he knows that he was out because he did it a 3rd time. So what they say in our local parlance? Take in front before in front take you. I know there's some of us here would love to take what he said and run with it. I love that. I want to see who brave Grenadian, who is so anti-Grenada, who so love people that don't necessarily look like themselves, would come and tell us that we treated this gentleman unfairly. And look what he said. Mr. Speaker, I say this. We, in addition to making sure that people who get our citizenship, and we are proud of the program because it has brought us a lot. We added an additional condition in the laws that you have to ensure that 20% of the investment must be your input in the project. In other words, you can't just walk into the country and say you want to be in CBI program and you're a papa, you have nothing. So, well, any one of us could be a CBI applicant. Why couldn't Dummy James be one? Why not? You don't have to come with nothing. You don't even have to come with clothes. Just come. And you just get some bright fellow, capable marketer to market and put some big title behind you and go around and get some application, get the citizenship, and the project is all funded by the country's application. So we said 20% must come from your investment. And several of the investors have in fact met that. Some of them had difficulties with their amount, but we say 20%. You got to put something down. So, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman because he couldn't get the application, he did put down his 20%. But later on he said he has to recoup the 20% from CBI application. Well, that means the same thing. That means you're putting nothing. That means you're putting nothing. So he decided he's not doing this. So we said, and I think that was really that drove him to that desperation. Because I don't know what he needed. Because if your construction cost, as the engineer pointed out, is $30-something million, and you collected over $50-something million already, you still want another $40-something million in our application? I mean, I don't understand. That is what brought the whole thing down, Mr. Speaker. So we said, no, we're not going to give you that large excess of money. What are you doing with it? Is nothing not being brought in Grenada to invest in the development of the country? That is what brought on this hostility. So, Mr. Speaker, I felt it was necessary to give the Parliament, and by implication, the nation, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he wrote him resigning his position, but he's still an investor. He's now trying to sell his investment. Well, I don't know how smart that man could be. You still have investment on the ground because some investors, you owe them because you have accepted their money, and you want to sell, but you got into this big public spat with the government, and they almost have, in fact, saying that the country must change. Imagine a white man coming and tell we must change the government of Grenada. Could you believe this character? If I was in the street, I'd say another word. He's telling us that we must change the government of the country, the leadership of the country. Not the people must do it. He's telling people what to do. The hostility, the anger tells you something. It's the same man that used to pretend to be so nice. And he loved the Prime Minister, he loved the country, so beautiful and people so nice. All of a sudden, he's almost telling people not to invest in Grenada. That's what he's telling people. He now hates not just me, not just members of the government, he hates the entire country because he was not able to do what he wants. Mr. Speaker, I just end by saying I'm proud of the fact that the CBI program is doing extremely well. Our Section 10, which we are worried about, might be reduced based on the reduction of this Section 11. That's not the case. We're getting sufficient. The number of Section 10 is above where it was last year, so we are doing reasonably well, and we are very happy with this. So we have had Mr. Diali, who was chairman of the CBI and also chairman of Marketing Board, has indicated in both cases that he wanted to be relieved because of more pressing duties in his area of responsibilities work. So it's unfortunate that at the same time the resignation and that resignation came in. But of course, as I said, it's not tied because he's resigning as a diplomatic person from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not as an investor, of course, because he has resources here still. So we now, the PS Finance, Mike Sylvester, would assume in the interim the chairman of the CBI board for the time being until we're able to get the full person to be there on a long-term basis. But I'm proud of the fact the CBI program is strong and it's yielding enormous benefits of the country. As I said, there's several major projects ongoing that we never had before at all. Never. Livera, Mount Hartman, Range, the Silver Sands Group, and now start beach property, and which we launched last week. But you know, another point I want to make before I sit down. You know, it's amazing. A few weeks ago, when the Silver Sand investor, Mr. Naguib, launched the beach project, which was another major investment, using their own money, not CBI money, their own monies. And the man made a statement that he thought that it's in the country's interest to privatize the airport. But what noise is as if the government made the decision, as if an individual doesn't have a right to give a view about how he believes investment or certain properties or should be dealt with. He didn't give any mandate, and he can't give any mandate to the government, and so on. But what people are so concerned, in other words, and I saw a certain media house, the one who claimed to be a friend of the government, jump on, attacking me. I've been selling out our national asset. All of a sudden, so I'm so pro-business, I'm selling out. All of a sudden, I've become anti-business, anti-investor. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be in the middle. Some saying I'm pro-business or too pro-business. Some saying I'm anti-business. That is the way leadership must be, in the middle, so that all sides must know they have to come right and good to get your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister.
Item 13, personal explanations.
Leader of Government Business. Sorry, Leader of the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a few points that I need to address here. And listening to the Leader of Government Business that he called in terms of truncating the order paper so that we could get the business of the bills and resolution passed through this House. Mr. Speaker, I cannot help but notice that if we do have regular sitting of Parliament, then these situations would not arise. The last time we met, March 2nd, and 10 weeks has elapsed since then, and now we find ourselves. So even so too, Mr. Speaker, for both houses of Parliament, the Senate and the lower house, I do and I would advocate for more regular meetings so that we can get the business of the country done. There is nothing more important than the sitting of the houses of Parliament to get the business of the country done. Mr. Speaker, the last time I was here, I said I would address the issues that were raised with me vis-a-vis the industrial actions by public workers and the 4%. Many of them called me that they were not hearing about it. They were not hearing from me. And usually I would not get into it, but as leader of Her Majesty's opposition, I can only go back to history, Mr. Speaker. And we were here before, and we are here again.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, that item there is for personal explanations. So I am hoping that I would get the explanations that is of a personal nature rather than raise new issues
Mr. Speaker, the
for
last
discussion.
time, sorry.
Leader of the Opposition, please.
Yes, sir.
No, please, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the last time I tried to address the same issues under unopposed private business, and you said no. Anything that I have to discuss should come under personal explanation. Now I change it and I bring it to personal explanation, and you tell me no at those discussions. So which is it really?
No.
Under unopposed private business or personal explanation? That happened in the last sitting of Parliament.
In the last sitting of Parliament, I can't remember switching from unopposed private business to personal explanation, because the term personal explanation is very clear. Unopposed private business is another issue. There are business that is unopposed, but personal explanation has to do with explanations that are of a personal nature. So we can take the statements that you are making as unopposed private business if you consider the matter a private business.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on that matter, I will not say much, but I would make one statement that was made in this Parliament before. What goes around comes around. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the privatization of the airport, they do not look like us, the statements, and here we are, and I go back again to our history. The Maurice Bishop International Airport is the last vestige of the revolution that is remaining. The last one.
If you give a little more than you take.
I couldn't come in last week because I have a serious headache. Please, I was talking, I expect
Mr. Speaker, the point is here, you're right, but he has made the point. I'm wondering, what is this all about? If any government or person talk about privatizing the international airport, and he's talking Bandarante, what kind of behavior is this? You joined the Bandarante government, and now you're against the Bandarante? But I do not, Mr. Speaker, please.
Thank you.
We said we come here for do serious business. There must be serious business.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You see, in my position, I am called. I am called about St. George's Northeast. Imagine, I have advocated for the Mount Rush Road for years. I know cricket is coming to Grenada, so the Mount Rush Road has been done. Mr. Speaker, for maybe over 15 years, a container is in the road in Mount Rush. They called me, so I went. Mr. Speaker, the police came, the people were ordered to move the container. They did not move the container because they have connections. So in other words, the road was built around the container. In the road, the container is in the road, but Mr. Speaker, that is not the kicker in it. The kicker is the container is a 40-foot metal container, and the container is connected to the electric grid. Now, if the container is in the road, God forbid, there is an accident and the wire dislodge, the driver of a vehicle that touched that container or somebody passing and touched that container will be electrocuted. I have never seen in my life, well, we have engineers inside here, you connect a metal container to the electric grid in the road. Mr. Speaker, I will send the photos to the clerk so the clerk could send it to the rest of the members here in Parliament. Again, I was called, Mr. Speaker, concerning the development of the new phase of the General Hospital. And you might have seen these pictures going around on Facebook and so forth. And are we becoming the laughing stock of our brothers and sisters, where we could have a restroom facility and put 2 toilets in it side by side? I have never seen that, and there is no explanation. When I figured, I gave a nurse a ride. She said to me, Mr. Clement, you know there are more than 1 restrooms like that. So in Grenada now we have restrooms with 2 toilets in it in the General Hospital, the new phase. Again, Mr. Speaker, when I doubted it, she said to me, she took the pictures and showed it to me. So you and I will sit side by side and have a conversation while we're defecating. Mr. Speaker, I was called again to visit Laborie. Mr. Speaker, from Laborie Junction, the St. Paul's Road to the clinic, drains were done, 2-foot box drains, and in almost completion. And for 6 weeks they work on the drain, and somehow it was stopped. Some of the blocks were filled, some of the drains were complete. I have pictures again. Lo and behold, the tractor came and graded out everything. We're talking about hundreds of feet of drain in taxpayers' money that was spent in Grenada because it was not done properly or the construction was not right, the road was narrowed. But the question that people ask, who is footing the bill for this after you construct hundreds of feet of box drain and have the tractor go through it? And you know what guys tell me, Mr. Speaker? They stood there and look at the tractor breaking up the blocks. One guy said to me he's building a little bathroom facility. If they had tell him to get his friends, now for now they would have taken out the blocks that were not filled so that he could use it for his restroom. So the tractor just came, hundreds of feet of road and just right through. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes I say we have to protect ourselves from ourselves. I was called, every time I'm being called. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, I ask the question, sometimes the powers that we have and the powers that are given to us, we better use them and use them right. Mr. Speaker, the Coconut Beach Hotel or restaurant was ordered closed. By whom? That the question was asked to me. And in my deliberation, to protect ourselves against ourselves, an issue like that, to close anybody's business, I do believe that it should not come from a minister or some person within the rank of government, but it should come from a judge, Mr. Speaker. That is what I believe. And when a judge issues this, then we are protected. But, Mr. Speaker, I have some other issues that I will raise at the adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Item 14, motions.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion standing in my name, which reads, Resolution for the purposes of Section 17, subsection 5 of the Constitution. Whereas there has been a worldwide outbreak of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, on the 11th day of March 2020, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak a pandemic. And whereas on the 22nd day of March 2020, the Ministry of Health of the Government of Grenada confirmed the first case of COVID-19 in the state of Grenada. And whereas on the 25th day of March 2020, the Governor General, by proclamation pursuant to Section 17 of the Constitution, declared that a state of emergency existed in the state of Grenada when Parliament was not sitting. And whereas on the 30th day of March 2020, the Governor General, by a second proclamation pursuant to Section 17 of the Constitution, revoked the first proclamation and declared that a state of emergency existed in the state of Grenada when Parliament was not sitting. And on the 17th day of April 2020, the proclamation was approved by a resolution of both houses of Parliament. And whereas after the expiration of 6 months, the declaration of a state of emergency dated the 30th day of March 2020 lapsed pursuant to Section 17, subsection 5 of the Constitution. And whereas on the 12th day of December 2020, the Ministry of Health of the Government of Grenada confirmed that a cluster of 26 positive cases of COVID-19 was discovered, bringing the total number of active cases of COVID-19 in the state of Grenada to 44. And whereas on the 21st day of December 2020, the Governor General, by a third proclamation pursuant to Section 17 of the Constitution, declared that a state of emergency exists in the state of Grenada when Parliament was not sitting. And whereas on the 11th day of January 2021, the Governor General, by a fourth proclamation pursuant to Section 17 of the Constitution, revoked the third proclamation and declared that a state of emergency exists in the state of Grenada when Parliament was not sitting. And whereas Section 17, subsection 2b of the Constitution provides that where a declaration is made when Parliament is not sitting, a declaration of emergency shall lapse at the expiration of a period of 21 days, beginning with the date of the publication of the declaration, unless it has in the meantime been approved by a resolution of both houses of Parliament. And whereas Section 17, subsection 5 of the Constitution provides that a resolution of a House of Parliament passed for the purposes of Section 17 of the Constitution shall remain in force for 6 months or such shorter period as may be specified therein, provided that any such resolution may be extended from time to time by a further such resolution, each extension not exceeding 6 months from the date of the resolution effecting the extension. And whereas on the 15th day of January 2021, a majority of the House of Representatives passed a resolution that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated the 11th day of January 2021 be approved for the period ending on the 14th day of July 2021. And whereas on the 27th day of January 2021, a majority of the Senate passed a resolution that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated the 11th day of January 2021 be approved for the period ending on the 14th day of July 2021. And whereas the Leader of Government's business purposes that the House of proposes that the House of Representatives make a resolution to extend the resolution of the House of Representatives dated the 15th day of January 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved by a majority of all the members of the House of Representatives that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated the 11th day of January 2021, as set out in the schedule to this resolution, is extended to the period ending on the 20th day of November 2021.
Honorable members, the question posed is that the majority of members of the House of Representatives that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated the 11th day of January 2021, as set out in the schedule to this resolution, is extended to the period ending on the 20th day of November 2021 be approved. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your resolution is very detailed. It gives the chronological events from the onset of COVID-19 in Grenada to the present day, and how a proclamation was made by the Governor General as provided for in the Constitution because the House was not sitting. A second proclamation was made. Then the Parliament met, both the House of Representatives and the Senate approved the extension as required by the Constitution until the 14th of July 2021. And now, looking at how the government has performed and the reason behind the good performance of the government with respect to containing the coronavirus, and looking forward, Mr. Speaker, and recognizing that we are still in a low economic state with respect to where we were before the coronavirus outbreak worldwide and in the region, we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we have to be extremely careful in order to rebuild the economy of the country. And so, we have decided that we would come to the Parliament as a government and ask for the extension to the 20th day of November 2021. And the extension of the state of the emergency, Mr. Speaker, does not mean that a curfew will exist for that period. What we must recognize, Mr. Speaker, without invoking this component, this section of the Constitution, then the Minister for National Security, nor the police, nor the health personnel has any authority in order to curtail the freedom of the citizens so as to protect all of us, Mr. Speaker. I therefore propose, Mr. Speaker, and recommend to this Honorable House that we approve the extension to 2021. And this extension does not mean that we are approving everything like curfew and so forth. Remember, we could take away the curfew anytime. But if necessity has it, it can be brought back within the specific period. I propose, Mr. Speaker, approval of this resolution.
Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the extension of the state of emergency in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen the devastation around the world. We have seen what happened to the first world countries when they had large infection. People were dying like flies. And Mr. Speaker, in recent times, we have seen in our neighboring island of Trinidad and Tobago what is happening there at this time. There's a proverb that says, Mr. Speaker, when your neighbor's house is on fire, you have to wet yours. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, this neighbor house is so close to us that we have to soak ours. And so this extension, Mr. Speaker, is not aimed really at restricting our people. It is painful for our people at this time, Mr. Speaker. And I feel their pain, I feel their suffering in terms of having to further restrict them. But as a government, we do have a responsibility to protect our people. We have that responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Just last night, I met with over 40 young men in Byland, and we spent half of that discussion speaking on the COVID-19 pandemic and the issues that confront them, Mr. Speaker, having to restrict playing football and having to be home very early. And I understand them, Mr. Speaker, and I wish we were at the juncture where we could have removed all this restriction. But it would not be good of us as a government. It will be irresponsible at this time when we are seeing what is happening around us. And while we do not have no active case of the virus in our country, or known case, Mr. Speaker, we can say, because we have Trinidad right there and there's still St. Vincent and we know some of the illegal activities, so we're not sure what is happening at the level of the community. Also, as the vaccination process, Mr. Speaker, while we have seen a number of persons coming forward and get vaccinated, we still have a long way to go. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a responsible government trying to protect the citizens of this country at this time. And so I fully, Mr. Speaker, support this state of emergency to protect our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentary Representative for North Sidanju Northwest. Honorable Representative for St. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of the resolution as presented by the Leader of Government Business. Mr. Speaker, I don't think a whole lot needs to be said on this topic because we listen to the news, we hear conversations, and we know beyond any shadow of a doubt that we are still not out of the woods, either nationally or globally, and that COVID is alive and wreaking havoc. And therefore, we need to continue to be vigilant. I remember some weeks or some months ago, Trinidad was COVID-free. They had no positive case at the time. And we say COVID-free in inverted commas because we're not sure. You can always think you are COVID-free. You can always think you don't have a case because nobody has tested positive. But there could be asymptomatic carriers, all kinds of things could be happening. And it just takes one person to come into the country and everything could be turned around. And so we need to ensure that we have the means to promote, to enforce certain guidelines and certain regulations. And as we all know, the Ministry of Health and this government has done excellently compared to other governments. We took decisions just in a timely manner. And I know God's intervention was there because of our own we couldn't do it. We closed down at the right time. The team went out and they did certain things, testing, capturing people who break quarantine, everything like that. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this is something that we need the national support. We need Team Grenada on. And when we raise issues in this honorable house, or even outside, we have to be careful not to mislead people. And so the mention of the coconut, this was the exercise of the mandate given under the emergency, the Coconut Beach issue, the Emergency Powers Act, where the Ministry of Health and the police can do certain things to protect the chief medical officer, to protect the life and to ensure the safety of our people. And therefore, we have to be able to differentiate our own feelings, whether emotional, whether malicious, whatever, from reality. And I know beyond the shadow of a doubt that the chief medical officer was the one who carried out his duty as under the Emergency Powers Act to order the place to be closed, and the police did what they had to do under this similar act. And we need it because we want to be proactive, we want to be preventive. And that is what health is all about. Running after a case, running after to close the door after the horse has bolted makes no sense. And this is what this resolution seeks to do. And I think we need to support it in this house and outside, not to impute improper motives on other people who weren't even involved in this scenario. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this. I fully support the work of the Chief Medical Officer, who doesn't have a voice in this house, and the police and what they're doing. And there may be little areas where they need to be a little bit more giving, they need to be a little bit more reasonable with people, because we're all experiencing something new and mistakes can be made. But let us support what is right. Let us support this act. And let us support the Chief Medical Officer and his team. They have done an excellent job, and they have saved lives in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have no problem in supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Representative for St. Mark. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the extension of the state of emergency. And I am one who said at the beginning that if there is one case of COVID anywhere, there is cases of COVID everywhere. So even if Grenada might be COVID-free, and there is one case somewhere in Africa or New Zealand, on the other side of the world, we cannot say that we are COVID-free. I am not one that is saying that we should drop our guard, and we should never drop that guard, because we have seen the examples of countries all over the world who have done so. We get our vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine, from India, and look at the condition of India today. But we should also look at the history of what is going on. Not only India, Mr. Speaker, but all the countries in Southeast Asia. I remember I was getting very close to people from the Seychelles. Seychelles has a population of about 98,000. They were 61.1% vaccinated 2 weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, the cases of COVID-19 in Seychelles skyrocketed. Not only that, 50% of the people tested in Seychelles for COVID-19, they had the 2 doses of vaccine already. What does this tell us here? Is that we always must be vigilant. I know people are saying they get tired and this and that and the other. From the history, we saw that the swine flu, even at the time when they did not have the technology they have today, lasted almost 2 years. And I will continue to urge people. You know, people ask me did I take the vaccine? I said, yes, I took the vaccine. In my development, I've always studied science. And I said to some of my friends, if they were doing a trial run of any vaccine in Grenada for COVID-19, and they asked me to volunteer, I will volunteer, because that is what we do. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, concerning the whole vaccination process, and there is the people ask me too about being mandatory vaccinated in Grenada, and if they should take it, I say I am not going to tell you not to take it, but it is a personal choice. It is between you and your physician. At least know what is going on before with you. But also, you have to remember that in terms of where we are, we have had and gone through a whole slew of vaccine in our lifetime. Measles, polio, tetanus, everything. So vaccine is not strange to our population, and probably without vaccine, the population of the world will not be as it is today. But we ought to be mindful, Mr. Speaker, that some of the vaccine are still authorized under emergency powers use. So all the data is not on it yet. And if some people are hesitant, you can't blame them, because vaccine too, especially among our poor people, have had its consequences before. There is a history there. But not over, you know, what I am hearing, that people should be vaccinated. Grenada, with its population about 100,000, give or take 5,000, how many people are we looking for to be vaccinated in Grenada in terms of herd immunity? Did we get more vaccine than the number of people that will be vaccinated? I would have loved to see the statistics, concerning what exact numbers are we looking for, and act accordingly. So, Mr. Speaker, I would support, and I have supported, actions that will be responsible for curbing COVID-19 in Grenada. And I mentioned the Coconut Beach restaurant that was closed because people called me. And I said, Lord have mercy, maybe in the future when we given powers like this, whether it's to the chief medical officer or to whomsoever, we give them cover. And I am sure he was acting in good faith, or he did act in good faith. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if we put such a law in place and we have a judge at hand, then that would give us cover. That would give us cover, and that is what I am saying. If my place is ordered to be closed by the judge, well, then he would have deliberated on it. I believe too the closure might have been deliberated on, but then we did not give him any cover. So that is all I'm saying. And it could be put in place that the police or whosoever go directly to the judge wherever he is at this point in time, because we are living in an age of technology, and give cover to ourselves, because I hear all sort of blame going around and who ordered the place to be opened back up and shut back down and so forth. And if it was coming from the court by a judge that is assigned for that particular purpose, then we would not have that. So give somebody cover. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Parliamentary Representative.
Mr. Speaker, I, of course, stand to support the motion. I did not.
If you give a little more than you take, if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees, and lend a voice to those who cannot speak.
With the trade union, because after a certain union leader was called in, the word was all there as if the Minister of National Security ordered him to be called in, as if I have a history of creating politicians. I don't know that I have a history of creating. If anything, I have a history of ending the term of office of politicians, not the other way around, if there's any history in that regard. So I had to tease my friends. But just to say this, if I had to do it, that would not have been how I would do it. But the police act independently, and I may not be happy, but I just want people to be aware that that's the rule of the police. I could express my view privately to them after, but they don't ask me when they're acting. The CMO does not have to ask anyone. We just, in the process, have to say to him, well, look, one has to be careful, because if it is perceived that this gentleman had his place closed, and you have other people, places were not closed, it looks as if there's some preferential treatment. So you have to be very careful how you proceed. But the thing was done in good intention, but sometimes we just have to be careful. So we consult, we talk afterwards to indicate what the situation is. But I do want to make this point, because I think it's extremely important in the whole question of how we deal with the question of of this COVID. Mr. Speaker, it is something that we all, this present situation of this COVID, is something that none of us were prepared for. We have to accept this. I wish we didn't have to confront this as we have to, but that's the nature of life, and we have to work together to deal with the problems as we see it. So I just wanted to make the point and to clarify this particular two situations, because these bodies have to act independently, and we should not interfere with the action, but we could advise as they go forward. In fact, a number of people are calling me, why did I allow the police? And say, well, I didn't allow the police. That's the police's right. I may express my view to them privately afterwards, but I don't call the commissioner, I don't tell the commissioner. He doesn't call me to ask me how to deal with a particular issue, even if it means sometimes has political connotation. Because, you know, in this thing, Mr. Speaker, everything goes right back to the government. When others act, public servants do things that are not necessarily right, they don't even say the government, keep Michelle. So we understand what this is all about, but I just thought it was important to clarify. But I support this motion to extend the state of emergency. That of course gives the opportunity, and to say that to some extent we have to be proud of the fact that we have done well, relatively speaking, compared to many other countries. We have stayed the course, and we keep advising all concerned that we should not believe because we are good here today. And I can't agree with the leader of the opposition when he says that we can't call ourselves COVID-free. We are COVID-free because there's no cases here. We didn't say we're COVID-free in the whole world. It's COVID-free. I don't agree with this at all, especially when borders are closed and so on. When you open up, of course, you have to put in systems in place to make sure that the spread is not there, and that we tell people, please protect yourself, because you never know. And see what we're doing here now? People still wearing a mask. So the important point here is, the leader of the opposition made the point about Seychelles. And I thought it was important that he should have gone a little further. Because he said 50% of those vaccinated tests positive. What he should have gone on to say, because somebody listening to this will say, well, why am I vaccinating then? Why should I vaccinate if I still show positive? He should have gone ahead to say, Mr. Speaker, that while you may test positive, you will most likely not get sick, or the chances of dying is very slim. That is the key thing. If you are not vaccinated and you get the virus positive, the chances are you'll get very sick, and you may have permanent damage if you recover, or you may die. So I thought that was an important point to make.
Thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend my colleagues for the explanation of the bill, of the motion before us, and there leaves very little for me to continue to say, except that the leader of the opposition took everything nice from the motion, but did not support it, and pointed out to things that may be negative. Mr. Speaker, I will therefore say that his intention is to support the bill totally, Mr. Speaker. He can, or the motion totally, he can deny or so say. So he simply commented on the motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the motion for approval by this Honorable House.
Honorable members, the question is that by a majority of all members of the House of Representatives, that the declaration of emergency by the Governor General dated on the 11th day of January 2021, as set out in the schedule to this resolution, is extended to a period ending the 20th day of November 2021. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Against? Honorable members, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I beg.
Touch your microphone.
I beg to move the motion B, standing in my name, which reads, whereas by resolution numbers 663 of the Board of Governors of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the bank, having considered the question of enlarging the resources of the bank through an increase in its authorized capital, the Board of Governors concluded that an increase would be desirable and resolved that A, the authorized capital stock of the bank be increased by 230,500 shares of capital stock, each share having a par value of $100,000 in terms of United States dollars, and B, each member of the bank is authorized to subscribe up to the total number of shares set forth in accordance with paragraph 2 of resolution number 663, subject to conditions. And whereas by resolution number 663, the government of Grenada, as a member of the bank, has been allotted an additional 62 shares. And whereas by resolution number 664 of the Board of Governors of the bank, the Board of Governors concluded that an increase in the authorized capital stock and selective allocation of shares to members will be desirable, and resolve that A, the authorized capital stock of the bank be increased by 245,773 shares of capital stock, each share having a par value of $100,000 in terms of United States dollars, and B, each member of the bank is authorized to subscribe up to the total number of shares set forth in accordance with paragraph 2 of resolution number 664, subject to conditions. And whereas by resolution number 664, the government of Grenada, as a member of the bank, has been allotted an additional 4 shares, and whereby section 48 subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act number 17 of 2015, the Act, authorizes the investment of public money forming part of the consolidated fund, the contingencies fund, or held in a special fund, deposit fund, sinking fund, or other fund for which provisions are made by or under an act. A, with a bank, whether at call or subject to notice. B, with a bank, whether at call or subject to notice and exceeding 12 months. C, in deposits with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, or D, in a manner authorized by investments of property in the hands of trustees by any law for the time being in force. And whereas section 48 subsection 2 of the Act provides interior that Cabinet may, if satisfied that it is in the public interest and with the prior approval of the House of Representatives, authorize the minister to purchase securities in any public company with money from the consolidated fund. And whereas the government of Grenada, in the public's interest, proposes to purchase an additional 66 shares of capital stock in the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And whereas it is expedient that the Minister of Finance be authorized by a resolution of the House of Representatives to purchase an additional 66 shares of capital stock in the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives hereby authorizes the Minister of Finance to purchase an additional 66 shares of capital stock in the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development at a cost of $6,600,000 United States currency.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that this House of Representatives authorizes the Minister of Finance to purchase an additional 66 shares of capital stock in the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development at a cost of $6,600,000 United States dollars. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as all institutions, Caribbean Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the International Monetary Fund, all member countries. There are some member countries who do not and cannot borrow. In some cases, they call them the contribution or donor countries, and there are the borrowing members. Every country must contribute to the capital stock of the institution, in this case, the World Bank. And the governors of the bank, they allocate the number of shares that will go up for stocks at 5-year interval. So this is not new. We did this, Mr. Speaker, somewhere in 2013, 2014. And now the 5-year period is up. And I wish to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that the sum of monies mentioned there, while yes, it is large, $6,600,000 United States dollars, we do not have to pay this all at once. A schedule will be proposed over the 5 years for many countries. There are those who may be able to pay it and at once, but with the COVID time, we know a lot of those who could have done so will not be doing that now, Mr. Speaker. In our context, Mr. Speaker, we must look at what the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development has done for us in Grenada and has done for the world in general. Mr. Speaker, we heard the Prime Minister, when he was Minister for Finance, articulated very clearly the beautiful nature of the International Development Agency, that is of the bank, where they give loans 0.75%, 40 years, 10 years grace. So our making our contribution to be able to get from them, Mr. Speaker, I think our nation and population should join in with the rest of the world in saying, yes, we should make our share. We should do our part in ensuring that we allow the banks to function. You see our 6 million? What about the donor countries, Mr. Speaker? They will be in the billions, their component, and they don't borrow. We all put into this fund and we borrow theirs. So we should do our part, just as how we do our part in the mitigation of the negative effect of climate change. We don't put a lot of carbon emission into there, but we must make it zero. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, here we are asking for Parliament's approval, the House of Representatives approval, so that we can take government funds and put into there. We put 6 million, Mr. Speaker. How much money have we gotten over the last year for the next 5 years? We got about 25 million, Mr. Speaker, at least 5 times. So 125 million we can borrow. We got some grants, but the lending, US dollars with the lending conditions are so wonderful. 0.75%, pay nothing for 10 years, and then you pay in the next 30 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I recommend that we, the Parliament, the House of Representatives in particular, give the approval to the Minister of Finance to sign this agreement and to pay the $6,600,000.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Government Business and Minister for Finance. Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to this resolution. Just something about the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It is the largest international bank in the world. And it's named for reconstruction and development because it came immediately after the Second World War to build back countries. That's why you see the name, Bank for International, and the part for development. So you also reconstruction and development. And especially middle-income countries, Mr. Speaker. There are 189 member countries in this bank. And of course, they operate by having capital stock shares. And every 5 years, they will review it and offer countries to purchase more shares, because if you have more shares, you have a greater amount of equity and therefore you'll get more. So as Minister of Finance pointed out, we have benefited quite a lot from this bank, and when we add this additional 6 million, we can draw down much more. And so this bank, as I said, based in Washington since 1944, has been doing a lot of work around the world in development aspect, and we in Grenada stand to benefit, and therefore I support this resolution and the payment of the shares, capital stock in this bank.
Thank you, Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. David. Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to the resolution, but not without making some observations with regards to this resolution and also the following one, because I think the basic principle is the same. The World Bank increased capitalization and also the IFC. But Mr. Speaker, we'll focus on the World Bank, and I want to support the member for St. David that indeed the World Bank and the IMF, two institutions that we refer to as the Bretton Woods institution, being created in 1944 in the wake of the Second World War, the primary objective being to undertake the reconstruction, primarily of the European economies that were devastated by the war. While the IMF will focus mainly on monetary stabilization and ensuring global monetary order, the World Bank, as we know, is more development-oriented, providing development financing to developing countries. Mr. Speaker, I may be asking some questions, and I think it might be a little unfortunate because in the past I've always requested that there should be some kind of parliamentary caucus to discuss those bills and resolutions before coming to Parliament, so at least it will not show that we may be lacking in certain aspects of understanding the bill or the resolution. And having received this only 2 days ago, it strengthens the point I'm making even more that we need to discuss before coming here on such important matters. Mr. Speaker, I have a few concerns. Not the lending, not Grenada subscribing to increase shares, because as the member said, the more shares, your access to the fund itself will increase. But let us look, Mr. Speaker, at the structure of this institution over the past 70 years, whereby the World Bank has been dominated primarily by what we call the American forces. You'll always have an American being the managing director of the bank, and a European citizen, the managing director of the fund. 70 years ago, look at the changes, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the global world order, the change in superpowers. China is now maybe the second. Will you see a Chinese as managing director of any of these institutions? And what implications, Mr. Speaker, will that have for changes in the lending policies of these institutions, where both the United States on one side controlling the bank and the European controlling the IMF? Mr. Speaker, Grenada has benefited from the World Bank. There's no doubt. But it is not the IBRD, it is the IDA, that arm of the bank. Yeah, because you have the bank itself that focuses mainly on middle-income countries, where the IDA focuses on more the least developed countries, the impoverished countries. And Grenada benefited not because it is classified as impoverished, but because of the good fiscal management. It's a kind of a reward. But, Mr. Speaker, we should not take that as granted. We should look at a more general principle. Yeah? Because we get blend financing. It should be a more general principle, Mr. Speaker. And why the bank, the criteria they use, the GDP per capita, to decide whether you should qualify for what they call the concessionary lending or the ordinary lending, the more middle-income bracket, Mr. Speaker, that should be reviewed. And the small developing countries have been calling for that kind of review for the longest time now. And it should not be because I select a country, because I see you're doing well, you're managing well. That should not be. It should be a generally accepted principle. Looking at different criteria, the vulnerability of certain countries, the exposure. Because a country could have a high per capita GDP, but yet when you look at the balance, you could have very high concentration of poverty. It has to do with income equality, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the bank is lacking sensitivity in looking at issues of this nature. And in spite of the small island developing countries calling on the bank to look at those different lending criteria, I think they have not responded in the way it should. And as I said, Grenada, fortunate because of good management, you could access blend financing, for which I think this subscription is not, it's minimal. Mr. Speaker, the next point I want to raise is, but maybe the leader of government business explained it partially, the timing of asking for this increase in subscription. At a time when the world economy is undergoing such strain, I mean, for us, where resources are scarce, but as the member said, it is spread out over a period of time. I was just questioning the timing of the increased subscription and what justification was given. Is it a periodic, every 5 years you ask for increased capital allocation? Or is it because there is a depletion, there is a drop in income from investment sources undertaken by the bank? What's the rationale at this point in time? At the midst of a global pandemic, you're asking countries, poor countries like ours, to make that kind of contribution. All the other things, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary. But my concern is the timing when resources might be a bit scarce and when alternatives might be a bit limited. And the third point I want to raise, Mr. Speaker, with regard to this. With this increased capital allocation, what will be the commensurate benefits to countries making that increase? Can Grenada now say, well, hey, I have paid an increase, I have made my contribution, so no, I could be a candidate for increased access to your resources? There are so many issues there that, Mr. Speaker, that we need to clarify that it's not given. And really, I would have preferred to have a more in-depth discussion on this issue, especially the timing.
She's been instrumental in the careers of Prince, Mariah Carey, Beyonce, and countless other superstars. She is Grenadian, the world celebrity publicist and founder of Shure Media Group, Yvette Noel Shure. This Saturday, she joins host Eugene Gittins on Green's Music to the World. Follow the discussions online on GBN's Facebook and YouTube pages, Hot 98, Classic Radio, and GBN Television. Green's Music to the World, live this Saturday from 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I stand just a brief comment, like I did in the previous motion. As usual, the member for St. Patrick West has certainly articulated some very insightful thoughts on the motion, but I do want to disagree with one particular area, and it's more a clarification than just a general disagreement. The point made was that the debt to GDP ratio should not be just the basis upon which people are denied access. And the fiscal management should not be the criteria. My only problem with this is many times we as countries have made our own errors in the way we have managed ourselves and caused our problems. I know in Grenada we did it. We're spending beyond our means. We're entering into debt that really does not make sense. And sometimes our social partners feel that anything they ask for is government. You're supposed to get. There's no limits because you can borrow, you can borrow, you can borrow. But my own feeling is the management issue should be an issue. It should be a criteria, but it should not be the only criteria measure in which the decisions are made. Because some countries reached high debt to GDP ratio and have real problems managing fiscally because of disaster. The areas are disaster prone. For example, St. Vincent had to go and borrow a lot of money to really manage the country at this particular time going forward for the next 10 years maybe. Are you going to judge them on the debt to GDP ratio as a criteria for resources? So I agree that the fiscal thing should not be the only reason, but it should be a part of it. I have seen governments, including my own in Grenada and the region, make some decisions and I can't understand it. And then when they ask for help, they are given help, but there are no condition to say, well, yes, we're giving you, but you must adjust. Because what will happen, you're dealing with a cyclic problem that will reoccur and reoccur if they do not adjust. One of the reasons we are where we are, if the IMF and the World Bank had just said, when we came into government in 2013, had just given us help, and there was no restructuring, we'd have been back again in the same problem. The reason we are where we are is because by receiving and having the conditions set that we have to restructure, deal with the whole question of the size of the public service. If we did not have those conditions, we would probably, public service might have been maybe an additional 1,000 persons in the public service today and causing us major problem. So I do agree, the member's point, but I don't believe we should ignore the fact that some of where we find ourselves has a lot to do with our own misbehavior and not understanding that we have to live within our own resources And we can't expect people just bailing us out and not necessarily asking us to manage ourselves. And just like any one of our homes, we can't just go buying all the expensive stuff. You want all the material things, but here is your income. But you want everything. You've seen a neighbor buy a big fridge or something, a nice car, you want a nice car too. But you end up in trouble, and then you come and beg the next person, can you lend me some? It doesn't work so. Managing ourselves personally, managing our country, managing our business is a fundamental aspect of life. So I commend the member for the point he raised, but I just wanted to make a clarification on that.
Thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the members for their contribution. And to respond in some way to my colleague, the member for St. Patrick West, I know that he was Minister for Finance a while, and years before this. As I listened now as Minister for
Things you need to know about self-isolation. Stay home. If you are told to self-isolate, it means staying at home, not going to work, school, or other public places, and you should not have any visitors. Separate yourself. If you live with others, then you need to stay in a well-ventilated bedroom with the door shut.
Back in a hole, and then we come back up. And they touch it, we go back there. It's not like the mighty US or countries in Europe that no matter what you do, it will crush the obstacles in its place. So, Mr. Speaker, Grenada, as the executive director, as you know, is Canada. So Canada speaks for us, a G7 country, and give them that. They engage all of us for whom they're responsible. Yet, when they go forward to get some of the changes there, the more powerful countries that be, it is blocked. So it's not to say that we're asking for it. I remember the prayer, Lord, give us the strength to change what we can change, and the serenity to accept what we can't, and the wisdom to distinguish between the two. Mr. Speaker, it is not that this is perennial, this is there. Would we change this? Since 1948, they were there after the World War. When we could lobby all the big powers that be, we may get a little change. But is it right, if we're doing good, to put us into HIPC when we get grants? No, let us look at our brothers and sisters. Yes, there are changes need to be done, but we don't think we'll get it done. So we'll continue to apply for this, Mr. Speaker. The timing, every 5 years, yes, that's more so. But in this time, it's difficult for everybody, but the bankers put out the largest amount of monies in this time to help with the COVID problem. So one, it is needed, and two, yes, it's every 5 years. And you're saying, what will Grenada get? The member for St. David indicated our allocation will be bigger. When I look and I see St. Lucia getting our, when we get 25 for Ida, they get 35 and 40. You know why? Because they rated more, they allocated more shares. So as we grow, as we buy more, we will get more. You know, DPC depends, they are the development policy credits and DPL policy loans and so forth. Yes, there is benefit from, you know, taking the larger uptake of stocks, Mr. Speaker. And not only, I said they gave us 5 times, that's either terms. These go like budgetary support. They have also given us $70 million of similar rates in loans, the development component of it. DG4R, the Digital Transformation Project, good? The CARSIP, and all of those is part of what we are getting. And I do not want to really downplay the point made by the Prime Minister and even by the member for St. Patrick West, in the sense that it was good management that COC. There are some people, you know, even if they qualify for the association support, they will not get it here because they are not managing the economy. Now, when we apply for a loan to in the bank, they look at our project and say, no, this is going to fail. So what is the World Bank saying? If you continue to behave like this, you will just owe me $30 more million and it will go to naught. You will not develop in any way so as you can get income to pay back for the loan. So I agree with everything you say, but my brother, Mr. Speaker, through you, we'll continue to call. Let us hope in the next 25 years, as I see it, that there will be some change in this. Yes, you are correct. And I cannot fault the prime ministers of the region, the whole of CARICOM. When you listen to a meeting with the president of the bank and the managing director of the bank, more so the IMF, it is the same repeated call. So I asked one of my, I won't say my colleague, that was the prime minister, how long have you started this? You see, man, we started this, but we never let up. So you're correct, Mr. Speaker. I recommend the motion for approval.
All right, remember the question is that the House of Representatives hereby authorizes the Minister of Finance to purchase an additional 66 shares of capital stock in the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development at a cost of $6,600,000 United States currency. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the item standing in my name, motion C, which reads, whereas by resolution number 271 of the Board of Governors of the International Finance Corporation, the Board of Governors concluded that an increase in the authorized capital stock and selective allocation of shares to members will be desirable, and resolve that A, the authorized capital stock of the corporation be increased by 919,998 shares of capital stock, each stock having a par value of $1,000 in terms of United States dollars, and B, each member of the corporation is authorized to subscribe up to the total number of shares set forth in accordance with paragraph 3 of resolution number 271, subject to conditions. And whereas by resolution number 271, the government of Grenada, as a member of the corporation, has been allotted an additional 664 shares. And whereas by resolution number 272 of the Board of Governors of the corporation, having considered the question of enlarging the resources of the corporation through an increase in its authorized capital, the Board of Governors concluded that an increase will be desirable and resolved that A, authorized capital stock of the corporation be increased by 4,579,995 shares of capital stock, each share having a par value of $1,000 in terms of United States dollars, and B, each member of the corporation is authorized to subscribe up to the total numbers of shares set forth in accordance with paragraph 2 of resolution number 272, subject to conditions. And whereas resolution number 272, the government of Grenada, as a member of the corporation, has been allotted an additional 348 shares. And whereas section 48, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act, number 17 of 2015, the Act, authorizes the investment of public money forming part of the consolidated fund, the contingencies fund, or held in a special fund, deposit fund, sinking fund, or other fund for which provisions are made by or under an Act. A, with a bank where that call are subject to notice. B, with a bank where that call are subject to notice not exceeding 12 months. C, in deposit with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Or D, in a manner authorized for investments of property in the hands of trustees by any law for the time being enforced. And whereas section 48 subsection 2 of the Act provides inter alia that Cabinet may, if satisfied that it is in the public interest and with the prior approval of the House of Representatives, authorize the Minister to purchase securities in any public company with money from the Consolidated Fund. And whereas the Government of Grenada, in the public's interest, proposes to purchase an additional 1,012 shares of capital stock in the International Finance Corporation. And whereas it is expected that the Minister of Finance be authorized by a resolution of the House of Representatives to purchase an additional 1,012 shares of capital stock in the International Finance Corporation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives hereby authorizes the Minister of Finance to purchase an additional 1,012 shares of capital stock in the International Finance Corporation at a cost of $1,012,000 United States dollars.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the House of Representatives hereby authorize the Minister of Finance to purchase an additional 1,012 shares of capital stock in the International Finance Corporation at a cost of $1,012,000 United States currency. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this resolution, you see, is very similar to the first, except that the IFC, part of the World Bank Group, the International Finance Corporation, and they really deal with a lot of the private sector organizations in the various member states. But it is the governments who have to really approve motions like these and increase the stock so that the various companies can get monies borrowed. And in the same manner, Mr. Speaker, Grenada's share will increase, and so more companies in Grenada will be able to borrow from the International Finance Corporation. Mr. Speaker, I recommend the motion for approval by this House.
Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the presenter of the bill, the motion quite rightly said, this is similar to the first motion, and quite rightly so. The difference is that IFC is more private sector focused, as the private sector lending arm of the Institute of the bank. My only concern here, unlike the bank where we access the funds, I do not know. When last we access IFC funds, I don't know if when was the last time I can recall. So in that context, I am asking, what is the public interest? What public interest is being served there? Because I can't recall when last we access IFC funds. So maybe it's just a worry. But I am more receptive to subscribing to increase in the bank. But when it comes to the IFC, my question is, what public interest is being served there? So that's my concern, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Patrick West. Parliamentary Representative for St. David.
Mr. Chair, I rise to support the resolution. The International Finance Corporation is a member of the World Bank Group. And how the World Bank operates, like on the first resolution, well, we is a member state. So it is member countries that contribute to the capital stock. But you have different branches, and the International Finance Corporation focus more on private sector lending for development of the country. So you have governments borrowing, and therefore government must repay the loan, and that will be counted to the debt to GDP ratio and so on. But then you have the private sector who need international financing at low cost. Can you see, if you have to go on the capital market to raise money, you know the interest rate on the capital market, how difficult it is, how high it is. And interest is the cost of borrowing, so the higher the interest, the more costly. So you want cheaper loan for the international to go to the private sector to help develop, because these all go to development purposes. So you go to the private sector, but for development purposes. But I'm sure the Minister of Finance will answer the question. I'm not attempting to answer the question. I'm just explaining what I understand it. So the 1,102 share of capital stock will increase, of course, our capital stock as stated before, and therefore more funds will be available. And this operates similar to the credit union, you know, Mr. Speaker. When I was not a minister, I had a lot of shares in the credit union, and they forgot a bigger loan. And since I become a politician and my salary cut by about half, now I went for a loan I can't get because I'm the shares. If I was not a politician, I'd be able to build up my shares in the last 8 years, much more. It grew exponentially. But now I'm there, I try to get in to buy a piece of property and they said, no, you don't have enough shares. That is similar to this shares. We talk about capital shares, you know. You put more money of the more you could get, the more shares. So I'm not making a plea for increasing salary. All I'm saying is that my shares, I cannot have put in more too much shares, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Representative for St. David. The shares, eh? Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank my colleagues for their support for the motion and the question raised, always by the member for St. Patrick West. Mr. Speaker, maybe he's talking from his experience and frustration of not being able to get anything done during that period. But as I mentioned to him, we're still at the task. And hopefully the Lord will answer our prayers by softening the hearts of those in power. Mr. Speaker, the International Finance Corporation is really there. I think we have a part to play by as the Prime Minister said, encouraging our people to utilize the financing. Sure, if you're going for 20 million EC dollars and so forth, maybe you'll go to the Caribbean, not even the Caribbean Development Bank, local banks in the country. But if you undertake a private sector project, when a lot of our people come together and you're looking for 120 million, even more than government borrow, you go to the IFC, Mr. Speaker. So it is the business component, and we all know, we keep saying it, you know, it is not the public sector that should drive the economy and growth. It should be the private sector. And so we should engage them, Mr. Speaker, let them come together. We do not have that culture, Mr. Speaker. You'll see many of the bills coming up, trying to address it at the ECCB, trying to address this, Mr. Speaker. How do you get monies in? And monies that even, you might say, even more risky because they're not loan, you're participating. This one is a loan. The ECCB is going to securities. But, Mr. Speaker, I do agree, and the member for St. David pointed it out very clearly. It is the countries that must increase the stock to make it, the resources more available for your private sector. If we do not do this, Mr. Speaker, there could be ramifications. We respect that we're not participating in all the various groups in the World Bank, and that is what we have signed up to do as a member country. But more so, we do not want a big investment to come into the country where the bank and other people will be advocating for the private sector to get monies out of the IFC, and then they have nothing there. So I really, Mr. Speaker, while we agree, mainly on the outset, one, do not rank us in this high capita or capita income, and so you cannot get this. You should put out a criteria, we indicated that already. And in this same way, Mr. Speaker, we believe that we must hold to and ensure that our private sector, when it takes off, will have all the resources at its disposal. Mr. Speaker, I recommend the resolution for approval by the House.
Honourable members, the question is that the House of Representatives hereby authorize the Minister of Finance to purchase an additional 1,012 shares of capital stock in the International Finance Corporation at the cost of $1,012,000 United States currency. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 15, bills.
Honourable Parliamentary Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled International Companies Repeal Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, the question proposed.
A bill to amend the International Companies Repeal Act number 17 of 2018, shortly entitled International Companies Repeal Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the regular standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the International Companies Act of 2018 to provide for an amendment to Section 3 of the Principal Act. When this bill was amended, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the transition period, so Section 3 now focuses on the transition period. So you repeal the act, but you had companies that were existing, and therefore they needed to have a transition period. The transition period was indicated as ending the 31st of December 2021. So the question is, why are we amending it now to August? And the answer is that because the annual license fee under Section 105(1) of the International Companies Act are payable by 30th of June. So you must pay your license fees for the international companies by 30th of June. And if you do not pay it by that time, then there is a penalty. So if you pay it the 31st of December, 6 months afterwards, you'll have to pay a penalty of 10%. This amendment is saying we bring it the transition period to 31st of August, so you have a 60-day window where there will be no penalty. 60-day window, no penalty. So for all businesses that are valid and operating, you get up to the 31st of August, 2021. That is the main purpose of this transition period here, moving to August. And that's why I started off by saying the answer in the question, why? Because that is a legitimate question. Why is it that the transition period is moving for December 21st? So you said for the purpose of this section, the operative date means, in the case of international company, that is the Trust Corporation for the purposes of International Trust Act, and the date on which the international company has been wound up or dissolved. So when you pass this act and dissolve companies, those that are valid, that still existing, will have a transition period up to the 31st of December in which to comply with all the regulations under the International Companies Act. That is what this amendment is seeking to do, just one short amendment to the Section 3 to deal with the transition period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Representative for the town of St. George.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to the amendment of the repeal. Mr. Speaker, if you remember the history of this is one of the acts that we had actions we had to take in order to satisfy those who consistently, but I don't like to say blacklist, it's whitelist us or try to tarnish our image internationally. My friend from St. Patrick's West was speaking about these. was a necessary action on our part, necessary in the context of our development and necessary in the context of ensuring we do not end up on one of these lists that the Europeans like to put out, grey and black and all of that. That is why we took this action. So we have to go in this direction, and I do rise, Mr. Speaker, to give my full support to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative.
Take a field, Mike. Let me thank the member for the tongue of St. George for his support, and correctly pointing out that when we made the amendment in 2018, there was a series of amendments we had to make in order to avoid sanctions from the OECD. And today we just amended this section to make it more predictable and clear to all businesses. So I present this bill for its second reading, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill, Investment Fund Bill, be read a second time.
A bill for an act shortly entitled International Companies Repeal Amendment Bill 2021.
Parliamentary Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question posed is that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. If contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this House now stands in committee.
Clause 2, Amendment of Section 3 of Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 3, Amendment of Section 3 of Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1, short title, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the House resumes and the Chairman of Committee report progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposes that this Honourable House resumes and the Chairman of Committee reports progress on the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the House resumes. I have to report that the Committee of the whole House sat and there were no amendments to the bill. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the Chairman's report be adopted. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled International Companies Repeal Amendment Bill 2021.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
I stand to move the first reading of the bill entitled Immigration Amendment Bill 2021.
A bill to amend the Immigration Act, Cap 145, the Principal Act, to increase the maximum penalty for illegal immigration and to expand the ambit of offenses, shortly entitled Immigration Amendment Bill 2021.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable this bill to be taken to all stages at this sitting.
And I remember the question is that the regular standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
So I now move, Mr. Speaker, that the bill be read a second time.
And I remember the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to just amend the Immigration Act, Cap 2145, the Principal Act, to increase the maximum penalty in two areas. The first, it seeks in Clause 2 to amend the provisions of that part of the Act that moves the penalty from 10,000 to 12,000 as it relates to persons or captains, masters, agents, or members of any crew or passengers who refuses or knowingly gives a false answer to any question placed to him by the competent authority, or fails to comply with any requests under subsections 5B.
I can learn to understand.
In addition, also it moves to correct the typographical error in section 9B6. Clause 3, on the other hand, deals specifically, Mr. Speaker, by deleting in paragraph the word "or" after the semicolon, and by inserting a paragraph D, the following new paragraph, to a manner other than as specified under paragraph A, to assist any person or person to enter or remain in Grenada in contravention of this act or any other law, including knowingly hiding or accommodating such persons. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the first part deals, the change deals with the captains or persons of boats and other aircraft coming to Grenada, and of course having to report accurately, and if they fail to do so willingly, so then the penalty increases from 10 to 12,000. And persons who openly hide or conceal the fact that they're helping people to come to Grenada illegally, or keeping them here past the time that they should be here, they would be contravening that particular section of the Act, and the penalty moves from 3,000 to 10,000. Particularly at this time, Mr. Speaker, we have to be, the need for this is so important, because in the question of the present regional security apparatus, which guides and supports us in this, is impacts. Only a year ago, I was chairperson of that regional security apparatus. And impacts helps us to track all persons coming into this country, into our individual countries in the region, and advance information is given. So they should know, if countries want to know all who is coming on any flight or boat or everything like that that has to report, they certainly would be able, impacts would inform us accordingly. Similarly, someone comes at this time, we had what we've noticed recently, Mr. Speaker, because I don't know what the reason is specifically, but the police is reporting a lot more illegal entry into the country than they ever saw before. And they notice they're coming Venezuela and Colombia. We've not a lot of what probably Trinidad would see, but the increase is worrying to us. And in each case, they have been caught and tested, and we have not yet found, especially in light of the present situation that we now face with the COVID-19. That must worry us even more than the illegal act of entry without permission. But we have not yet, happily for us, we have not yet had anyone that has been here and who was tested positive before we got them out of the country. So the need for any Grenadian encouraging or harboring persons to break the law of the land, they now would have to spend a lot more in doing this, from $3,000 penalty and a fine and jail term additionally so. It is important that we do so. It is known also, Mr. Speaker, on the emergency regulation, the Emergency Act, that persons have to be tested. In some cases, people have tried to beat the system. And the law in the regulations, and of course under the emergency regulations, give us the power, the Minister of Health power, that person can in fact be arrested, and they have in fact taken strong actions, and some of the persons have been penalized. The law also gives them persons to jail term. So far, no jail term, but it might reach to this, because only last week they noticed another person attempted to, knowingly so, and had the support of a local taxi driver that broke the protocol and did not go to a quarantine place, but went straight to a place where in that person's hometown, and that both of them have been, of course, arrested and dealt with. I don't know if their case has been called yet, but certainly I don't know if they are looking towards possible jail term. But the point is, we have to be more vigilant than we've ever been before, both for passengers coming in, for people coming in illegally. So I therefore commend the second reading of this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment of the Immigration Bill 2021, which increased the penalty for various offenses under the Act. The amendment, Mr. Speaker, is indeed timely, coming in a period where we have an increase in the number of illegal arrivals in our country. Mr. Speaker, since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the police here, as the Prime Minister said, have reported an increase in the number of persons illegally entering the country. The police recently reported that for the first quarter of 2021, law enforcement intercepted 15 illegal immigrants. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the official statistics. As we know with those things, the actual number can be much higher. In normal times, these are dangerous developments. But at this particular time of the COVID-19 pandemic, make this particular matter even worse. There is a theory when your neighbor house, and I said it earlier on, is on fire, we have to wet ours. And so we see what is happening in Trinidad with the Brazilian strain of the virus. And this might be because of illegal activities, because we hear of a number of illegal activities in Trinidad and Tobago. Excuse. We are watching, Mr. Speaker, in real time the consequences of that. Illegal entries in any society have widespread implications, not just for health, but also for national security. To ensure a secure, orderly society, the authorities must be fully aware of who enters here and their overall status. The proposed amendment that increased the penalties for breaches, we hope will serve as a deterrent to people who are inclined to get involved in this type of matter. The amendment seeks, Mr. Speaker, to penalize even further any captain, master, agent, or member, crew, or passenger who refuse to answer or knowingly gives a false answer to any question put to him by the competent authority. It also seeks to punish anyone here who in any way assists people to enter or remain in Grenada in contravention of the Immigration Act. We therefore commend this important, timely amendment. But that, of course, Mr. Speaker, this is only one small, though important element of this puzzle, and indeed this challenge. With our many miles of virtual porous maritime borders, it is difficult to task to patrol every square inch, and by our very nature, we understand that there are certain vulnerabilities. These challenges are clear and long-standing, but Mr. Speaker, we also hope that as part of a comprehensive strategy of strengthening immigration enforcement, that we will continually look at improving the capacity of our security forces through technology and other means to improve the maritime monitoring ability. But I'm cognizant, Mr. Speaker, that this matter is continually being studied and addressed by all the relevant authorities, and that there is an ongoing commitment at the policy level to tackle this issue. But nonetheless, the amendment is an important building block in our overall push to help better secure our borders by adding what we hope is a new level of deterrent. Mr. Speaker, I fully support this new amendment to the immigration bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Representative. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I stand, of course, in closing this presentation on second reading to commend the member from St. Andrews Northwest for expanding on some of the ideas that I presented already. So just to commend her and of course to make the point, the Immigration Department, Mr. Speaker, is one of the strongest area of sections of the police force. They have been doing an excellent job. The leadership there, Mr. Speaker, and the way they work together as a team, I've always been extremely impressed whenever I have an opportunity to interact with them. I recall recently one of the senior officers died suddenly. I went there and everybody was in pieces, from the smallest one to the youngest, to the oldest, from the oldest to the youngest. Whatever section of the Immigration Department they represent, they were all in complete tears. And it's a clear demonstration of the absolute unity and support and leadership of that particular unit. I certainly would hope we could see most areas of the public service operating in that unified manner, because the more unified they work, the better the results of that department. And it is showing in the results of the Immigration Department. That's why they've been able, most times, to be able to catch these persons attempting to stay illegally and to come in illegally, because they work very closely with the JRCC and of course impacts. The JRCC is the regional institution in the Caribbean that has its tentacles out with all international agencies. The impacts, it deals with the local information within the region. But the JRCC works internationally with all whether it's the FBI, whether it's the British Intelligence Service, or wherever, they work very closely. And so that's why in the question of the CBI applicants, we made it, the regional leaders have taken a decision that no one should be given permission from any country, although we have our own individual CBI unit, They should not be given unless it goes through JRCC, because from that, they will be able to know who around and what sort of contact or what is the background of those individuals from any country seeking our citizenship program. That's why Grenada has stuck to that position, and that's why the U.S. has consistently said that Grenada, they're very impressed with the level of security checks and conditions that Grenada apply in providing, giving citizenship programs. So then the U.S. put out information on countries. Grenada has never been on the list of countries to be concerned about. So I commend the second reading of this bill to this Honorable House.
Honorable members, the question is that the Bill Immigration Amendment Bill 2020 be read a second time. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act shortly entitled Immigration Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore move that the House resolve itself to a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. This Honorable House is now in session. Sorry, in committee.
Clause 2, Amendment of Part 3 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3, Amendment of Part 3 of Principal Act, Clause 2, sorry.
Yes.
Amendment of Part 3 of Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, Amendment of Section 36 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3, Amendment of Section 36 of Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1, short title, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Chairman, I beg the House to yield the Chairman committee reports progress.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House resumes and the Chairman of Committee reports progress on the bill. Honorable members, the House resumes. I must report that the House in committee went through the bill clause by clause and passed without amendment. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore move that the Chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the Chairman's report be adopted. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I could move the third reading of this bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the Immigration Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time and passed. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Immigration Amendment Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for first reading the bill for an act shortly entitled the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill 2021.
A bill to incorporate the agreement establishing the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission by relocating the agreement to the act shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended in order to take through the entire bill at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the regular standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, the three bills on the order paper, Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill 2021, the Securities Bill 2021, and the Investment Funds Bill 2021 form part of the entire push by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank in order to, Mr. Speaker, build on the block of the private sector. And during the debate that went forward on the resolutions, the member for St. Patrick's West indicated the need for the IFC, the international, or lack of need for the international finance cooperation, because they're targeting the private sector. Union, the ECCU, operate as a single jurisdiction with respect to the domestic securities market. This was accomplished by the passage of common securities legislation, the Securities Act of 2001, and accompanying regulations, and the creation of common institutions such as the Regional Government Debt Market Mechanism. That's where we push a lot of the government bonds and government treasury bills. And that's a component of all of those things regulated by the three bills. Now we're dealing with the first one. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission, the Commission, is responsible for the regulation and supervision of the regional securities market, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Market. The Commission was established by the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission agreement. So, being a multinational institution, there is an agreement usually signed, and then this agreement will be adopted into the domestic laws of the various countries. We just have to look at the NTRC, and we form what we call a treaty, which is again an agreement that all the countries participated in. So whether you call it a treaty or an agreement, they will go through the same procedure because of the multinational jurisdiction of the Commission. In April 2004, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission submitted a request for consideration for ordinary membership in the International Organization of Securities Commissions, the OSCO. You're talking about the big boys like the SEC, Securities Exchange Commission, the Commission in the UK, in Europe, in Canada. So our regional institution, we applied up there, but Mr. Speaker, we were far from ready. And so we could not join. We therefore went back, did our homework, got assistance, and we prepared ourselves. So the ultimate goal of this is to be able to be on par with these institutions. Mr. Speaker, we couldn't sign the MOU or join, and the main problem was because of the legal framework we have, or regulatory framework. Since the initial submission in 2004, that is the IOSCO, continues to access the Eastern Caribbean preparedness for membership. So since 2004, we have been on the trend trying to do this, making a little amendment here, making something there, but we realized, Mr. Speaker, we were far from it. Therefore, in March 2015, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission received assistance from the International Monetary Fund to review all the institutions we have in Grenada to deal with our exchange and stock markets, the legislative framework, and the IMF review consolidated deficiencies identified in the Commission and comments and concerns received from the market participants and other interested parties. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, consultation within the territories, the ECCU, subject to the Commission, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement was revised, and 3 bills were proposed for adoption in a harmonized manner. So that is why we take the 3 bills together. In 2001, we had the Securities Act, and in the Securities Act, you had the treaty or the agreement annexed. That's all the members tried to. First, that was deficient. Even though it may have served the same in 2001, it was not on par, even from the beginning, to those international exchange commissions, those regulatory bodies throughout the world. The Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission application for ordinary membership in the International Commission remains outstanding even to today. After we have gotten all the help from the IMF, we must do certain things. We must pass these bills in all the member territories. So we break up the Securities Act, Cap 299A. We're taking out the regulatory piece of it and putting it under a separate bill. That's the bill we're talking about, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission. Then we're going to take the rest of the bill, the securities bill. That is the actual business of you putting your shares on the market, etc., and have it in a separate act, because they say we were deficient in that. And then we have the investment fund, the type of monies that must go into those acts. So they're interrelated, Mr. Speaker. So when we go through one, we may be speaking for all, Mr. Speaker. So the first bill now is the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission. And this is to disjoint, to remove the Annex A, which is the agreement or the treaty, however you want to call it, and place it under this. You see, Mr. Speaker, it is not a very large act, because if you look at the act, Mr. Speaker, we see that item 1 and 2 are the normal. Item clause 3, interpretation. Clause 4, it says the government of Grenada hereby enters into, adopt, and adheres to the agreement. But this agreement, Mr. Speaker, has been updated. It's not the same agreement we had in 2001. We did a lot of work with the IMF and other persons we helped. And you know then we'll be scrapping that first agreement, and we'll be scrapping through repeals of the Security Act that was there before, that we have now broken up into 3. Item 5 of the bill, agreement to have force of law. Well, we're given it force of law by here, passing through the Parliament of Grenada, so it now becomes a part of our domestic set of legislations. Item 6, amendment to the agreement. And if you look at item 6 of the bill, it says, where an amendment in the agreement is accepted by the government, the minister may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedule for the purpose of including the amendments. So notwithstanding a new and really improved agreement will be brought across and put here, we will continue to amend it and update it as the SEC does, as Britain does. So this is now providing for the minister when we make that amendment. And don't forget, we're now part of the international organization. So when they call upon us and say, yes, we know you are good here, all of us were good in this, but we have seen certain things come up, the practices of certain stockbrokers, etc. We need to amend this immediately. We don't have to come back to Parliament, but we will amend it by order from the Minister, Mr. Speaker. Where the schedule is amended in accordance with this section, any reference in this act or in any other enactment, in any instrument having effect under such enactment shall, unless the context otherwise requires, be construed as a reference to the agreement as amended. Normal protocol with respect to amendment, Mr. Speaker. And then the penalties. A person who contravenes paragraph 1 of Article 24, that's of the agreement, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $500 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months. And if we look through the other act, we'll see how small this one is. Okay? And this is really to see not following procedures. Mainly that's why the act is so, or the penalty is so small, Mr. Speaker. So we do have now a general background, and we see why this particular act, which is just taking the agreement, I repeat, from the old 2001 Act and putting it by itself, as guided by the IMF. That's the first part. The other 2 acts are very lengthy, and so, Mr. Speaker, we'll get to them when we reach there. I propose, Mr. Speaker, that the bill be read a second time.
Any other presented to that bill? No? Leader of Government Business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take it all the members, having understood what's going on, maybe want to comment on the other sections of the bill. So I commend this first part of the set of 3 bills, which is the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill, be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill 2021, be read a second time. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill 2021.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that this honorable House resolve itself into the whole House, the committee of the whole House, to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The House is now in committee.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 2, interpretation, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Clause 3, acceptance of agreement.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 3, acceptance of agreement, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Clause 4, agreement to have force of law.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 4, agreement to have force of law, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Clause 5, amendments to the agreement.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 5, amendment to the agreement, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Clause 6, penalties.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 6, penalties, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Honorable members, the schedule forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 1, short title and commencement, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that the House resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that this honorable House resumes and the chairman of committee reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable members, this honorable House resumes. I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for first reading the bill for an act shortly entitled the Investment Fund Bill 2021.
A bill to enhance the competitiveness of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union jurisdiction, shortly entitled Investment Fund Bill 2021.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill going through all stages at the sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House, the standing orders be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As indicated before, Mr. Speaker, the Investment Fund Bill and the Security Bill, they complement the First Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Bill. The Investment Fund, Mr. Speaker, deals in particular with how we would operate and what type of funds will be available. In this case, Mr. Speaker, we want to open up our market, the regional ECCU market, so that we can attract funds from outside. So a big insurance company that manages the wealth source of billions and so on, they must be able to come in and bring some funds inside here to the region. So we could go on our stock market and we would not only be seeing government monies if government wants to invest, or companies in the region, or small insurance companies in the region. We should be able to access monies from abroad. I did ask and we discussed the canvas. So if you do this, will you allow the other persons to come in and take resources, that is monies held by somebody who want to invest into some company? So instead of investing locally, can they invest abroad? But we can't have our cake and eat it, Mr. Speaker. So we do have opening the investment fund to all types of persons and so, but you must be licensed. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, indicates and tell you all who they and how they must be licensed, the stockbrokers, the agents, and so forth, etc. And it's very comparable to the securities bill, Mr. Speaker. I therefore commend this bill for its second reading.
Honorable Representative for St. Patrick West.
You go to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know we have passed the stage because we are now into the second phase of the bill, but given the complexity of this bill and the one to follow, it would have been my humble suggestion that this business require significant consideration. The member for St. George Southeast made very light work in presenting it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support the idea that we must have a good regulatory framework to protect investment funds coming into a region, because we all are aware of the potential benefits. The member made a slight remark with regards to the reverse, and this is where my concern lies. funds coming into the region, investors are protected. But, Mr. Speaker, the Biko-Clico debacle still fresh in the minds of a lot of people. Where funds from within the region, Grenadian funds, notwithstanding whatever regulatory mechanism we had here, but because of the weakness and because we had no control over the regulatory mechanisms in the investing country, Grenadians lost millions and millions of dollars. I'm saying, yes, we must protect funds coming in, but what happened to our funds going out? What mechanism do we have? Up to this point in time, millions of dollars left the region, invested in Florida, in real estate. When it collapsed, we all lost our money. Up to today, nothing is happening. Biko clients in Trinidad, they got their money because Trinidad had the regulatory framework to protect them. We had nothing to protect our depositors who made the investment.
No. Yes,
yeah? Trinidad depositors, they got back their money in Clico.
You're correct.
Up to now, Grenadians have not received 1 cent. And no one can tell us when or if ever. There are investors who have died and nothing, millions of dollars. I suffered too. You know, I suffered a lot of money. Maybe if I had money, I could, I don't know, I won't say much, but I lost a lot. And Mr. Speaker, I agree, but I'm saying that I see nothing here that will say that if Grenadians want to send their money abroad, whether we can, what control, or whether there is compensating regulatory mechanisms to ensure the protection of our funds as we are putting in place proper regulatory mechanisms to protect funds coming into the region which we want. So my concern, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the intent of this bill, is the reverse. Our funds going out of the region to seek more lucrative returns, because that is what attracted us. 8% return on investment. And they say when something looks too good, it's not good. And that is where we got trapped. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I, of course, agree with my colleague and the member of St. Patrick West about this, the worry. The problem, I think, is basically this. There were really no serious regulatory provisions. There were none. In Trinidad, there were none too. It's the Trinidad government that took on the responsibility to pay the deposits of their citizens, and technically, they should have included all of us. Barbados, similarly. So far, we're still fighting. So really, the only alternative is the government of Grenada to decide to pay all the depositors in Grenada, and we don't have that capacity. So really, this bill is meant to deal with the regulatory arm to make sure those things don't happen. And I know, as Minister of Finance and Governor of the bank, all the regional governments are supporting this because they recognize what happened to all of them. And at the 59th meeting, being replaced by the Securities Bill 2021 and the Securities Collective Investment Regulations. The bill therefore seeks to improve and modernize the law to ensure that it's consistent with international standards. That's the point. International standard, you couldn't do that. If we had maintained international standard before, they couldn't come here and get us just because we get 8%. There would have been certain specific conditions. So CLICO was able to do what they want because we had no real control. The bill would enhance the competitiveness of the ECCU jurisdiction in the international investment funds market by providing enabling legislation that attracts foreign investment, Mr. Speaker, funds to the region. The anticipated impact is tremendous benefits to the economies of the islands, countries in the region, and that's why every single country. In fact, we are the last one, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the governor has been indicating to us that we're holding up the legislation by Grenada not having come to Parliament, because we all agree. What I think the member pointing out, maybe we should have had more information and consultation locally so that people are aware what is happening. That's the fault of, we have to accept responsibility for that. But this is going to protect us, Mr. Speaker. It's not going to be what happened before. There won't be another CLICO again easily, because for one, people are more careful with their money now. They're not going to be attracted by those gift horses like they used to before. And people like myself fell victim to that, like the member pointed out. So this is necessary, but I do agree maybe we should have had probably more consultation, and a bill like that may be got with a select committee of the House. And maybe we have to reach that stage, and so that the member would not be having the concerns that he has today. But this will protect us, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I support the second reading of this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. My brother, I too thought it was too good to be true. Honorable members, the question is that the bill. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer the member for St. Patrick's West, thank him for his contribution. And yes, that was something that we asked. Not only will there now be a chance, and don't forget, we know being part of the international community. So whatever you do out there, you will see part in the bill, there'll be information sharing. And clause 18 says, a regulated investment fund, for example, how you and I and the Speaker and the Prime Minister and all of us here, all of us, but we got caught to how we buy there. We came to a place and we bought from the insurance. Yes. They can't do that anymore, Yes. They know the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission must say and look at it. You have to apply and say, I want to sell fund for building in Miami. Yes. They will look at it. And being part of the international organization, they call out the Miami Stock Exchange as a component of the SEC, and information will flow. And they will say, no, there is no building going up in this area where you're talking about. And then the ECSRC will say, no, we're not granting you this situation. That is what we were lacking. And that's why we went out to the international community, the IMF, being part of the international community, to get, and they have overhauled. You see, that overhauling of that thing, it went, the SEC saw it too, I mean, their representatives saw it. If you want to come to work with me, we must approve what you are doing. So the whole committee, the IOSOC, they said yes. So that will not happen again. But if you look at Section 18, a regulated investment fund, it says transfer to another jurisdiction. But it was not regulated when it's in there. But no regulated fund may transfer from the currency union, from within us, to a foreign jurisdiction. It shall, except it notifies the commission, that is our regional commission, of such transfer in the prescribed form within 14 days of the issue of the license or notification or approval or registration of the foreign jurisdiction. So you want to take our monies first, you must do it to a licensed person. That licensed person must now say what I'm going to do with it. Where am I going to invest it? and then we will say yes. But that interaction between, like the Prime Minister mentioned, all the security forces, remember, in order for you to get your final approval, they will work together like this. And then they will say, yes, you can go. So you know that your building is going somewhere. And then through the SEC, you can apply, and they will put pressure on the group that got your monies so that you will have recourse to in their jurisdiction for recovery. We did not have that. So your comment is very, very important, and to ensure that the bill that is passing through has all the safeguard. And it does have. I mean, what we're saying, that the quantity of work, what went into it, tremendous, as the Prime Minister said. Maybe we should have come out to, let everybody knows what is happening now. So, Mr. Speaker, I recommend the bill for its second reading.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill entitled Investment Fund Bill 2021 be read a second time. Those who have that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary opinion, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Investment Fund Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill part by part.
Honourable members, the question is that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill part by part. Honourable members, the House is now in committee.
Part 2, Investment Funds.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 2, Investment Funds, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 3, Service Providers.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 3, Service Providers, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 4, General Regulatory Matters.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 4, General Regulatory Matters, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 5, Administrative and Financial Matters.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 5, Administrative and Financial Matters, forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 6, Miscellaneous Provisions.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 6, Miscellaneous Provisions, form part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 1, Preliminary.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 1, Preliminary, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the House resumes. I have to report that the Committee of the Whole House, I have to report that the bill was read committee of the whole House and passed without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Bill for an act shortly entitled Investment Fund Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for first reading the bill for an act shortly entitled Securities Bill 2021.
A bill to repeal the Securities Act Cap 299A and replace it with an enhanced framework that provides for the protection of investors in securities in and from within the currency union, shortly entitled Security Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended in order to take through the bill through all its stages at this sitting.
And I remember the question is that the regular standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the last of the three bills that, if you want to call it a trilogy, which will be taking Cap 299A, the Securities Act of 2001, throwing it away and splitting them into three, each one of them going into details so that we can meet the requirement to be part of the international community of stock exchanges. Mr. Speaker, this bill also has a lot to do with various areas. For example, the licensing of marketplaces and ancillary facilities. They must get a license as well. Under the fund itself, those people operating the fund must get a license. But to carry on the business of securities, you must also get a license in Part 2, Division 1. Grant of application for licensing and so forth, renewal and reinstatement of license. The provisions in the bill allow for the licensing. Delisting of the securities exchange. For example, you may put your company on the securities exchange and then you want to remove it. Delisting is not an easy matter, Mr. Speaker. Grenlec is on the security exchange and there's a serious process, even under the old arrangement of delisting, that if somebody wants to buy a share from you, you walk with each other and then you have to go to the exchanger. Can't go into the bank and pay this man for his shares. You talk with him, he agrees, you advise the securities exchange. They're the one who will be transferring the name on the shares. And they're the persons that you have to pay. You pay them and then they pay the vendor. So there are lots of rules now, but these rules cannot deter or stop a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, that they found wanting. So we have to do a lot more in this. You have clearing facilities, market charge and collateral, rules of clearing, the validity of default, a significant number of items that were not there in the first, Mr. Speaker. Then we have the rules of the marketplace. There'll be a whole big legal framework, Mr. Speaker. This bill has 177 clauses. The licensing of intermediates and individuals. As in the stock market in the US, you have the stockbroker, but you also have a lot of people working for them. They can't work their job, so they must be licensed to be doing the things for you. This bill will provide the license. And you could have a company who is a broker. It says the liability of the people, the manager and so forth, if they take your monies, man, they're liable for your monies. You say, I want to buy some shares in Dell Computers. You could do it from now, because you can also invest outside. So you pay somebody here to do it for you. Or even if you pay somebody on the outside, Mr. Speaker, there will be that relationship. That person must follow the identical rules in his country. They will say, yes, he is a good broker, and we'll license him here to take our monies from here to go outside, Mr. Speaker. You have a conduct of business by license. Everything will be licensed on a permit. Nothing more, as pointed by the member for St. Patrick's, where you go into a bank or you go into an insurance company and they take your money and they send it abroad and you have no recourse. There will be penalties, Mr. Speaker. Registration and distribution of securities. In other words, if Hubbards wants to go and put them shares on the market, the shares on the market for you and I and people in Europe and others to buy, they must go through a process. There must be disclosure to the public. And they must be reporting all the time to the Commission here. And if they're doing business in Europe, then we'll send that document out there, and they might have to fill the document for the commissioners in Europe as well. So you might find it's a lot, but it's to protect the persons who are investing, Mr. Speaker. You have governance and reports in it. You have takeover and bids. For example, inside trading. All of that is provided for here. The persons that you do business with cannot be too close to you. That's what they're saying. Your relationship, you must tell them, and if that relationship is too close, they will not give you a license. And if you fail to disclose, then the penalty is huge, Mr. Speaker. You have listing and trading foreign securities. Now you can do that. We couldn't do this before in the Securities Act of 2001. Now, since we can go inside and outside, the bill provides for the license of persons to do that after investigation. You know. Investigation, inspection, and enforcement. Before you get a license, you will be investigated. And we will be helped by the international community, of which we will then be a member, Mr. Speaker. Enforcement, Mr. Speaker, we have from clause 126 to clause 144, the High Court. You know, sometimes we hear the SEC charge some people, and we say, well, wait, no, these people are not the court, but they're charging. And you hear that the people in the telecommunication industry, they charge, and sometimes billions you hear they charge, you know. And you say, well, these are not the court, but they're charging. There's provision here for some of these charges. So the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission, they could look at your violation and they will charge you. Of course, the court is the ultimate place. You don't want to charge it, but go to the court. But they know if they go to the courts, the fines are even bigger. So most people try to make the arrangement with the administrative charge and go forward, Mr. Speaker. Civil liability for misrepresentation, all the workers, all the brokers, all the agents, they will all be licensed. So it's not you walk in a place, buy this thing, I want to do a project here. No, the only person who could come to you would be licensed agents and brokers. And since they could handle people's funds from abroad, they're not only getting a license from the region, you know, they'll be looked at for the external agencies and say, okay, yes, this person has met the requirement. In fact, the requirement will be standard throughout all the organizations, Mr. Speaker. Then we have the schedule of offenses. With so many offenses, you have a large schedule, and notice of opportunity to discharge liability. So if you get pounded before, you could give notice that I will do this and I will pay this, and the SEC or the Eastern Caribbean Stock Exchange Regulatory Commission will dispense of the strain they had on you because you charge and you were not paid, Mr. Speaker. So in general, Mr. Speaker,
these three bills, ending with this one, have completely overhauled our system. And people can invest now with greater reliability, with greater assurance. But we have not been there yet, Mr. Speaker. When this bill is passed in Grenada and harmonized, it now will be harmonized throughout the region, and they can say, hi, give me my membership now. Then we will all be protected. So on this note, Mr. Speaker, I recommend this bill to its second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just give your indulgence. Through you, Mr. Speaker, we asking the leader of government business if we let Minister Dabiri go first. He has a 1 o'clock funeral to somebody go, so he could make that contribution and leave, if that is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member for St. George Northeast. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the member for St. George Southeast spoke about the stock market and that now the Eastern Caribbean stock market community would be member of all the international stock market. Well, the stock market, what it is, it's a grouping of buyers and sellers of stock or securities, and those stock or securities, that's what represent the ownership or claims on the various businesses. So, the stock market, Mr. Speaker, is where all the investors, they connect together with the brokers and everybody to buy and sell the investments. Companies, Mr. Speaker, you could raise millions or billions of dollars by issuing securities in what is known as the primary market. So, because it's so easy to raise these amount of monies, and we have seen in the past where a lot of people have got burnt and hurt by that, because you have a lot of dishonest participants, and you have sometimes some people that's just there to rip off innocent investors. So that's the reason, Mr. Speaker, for the Securities or the Securities Commission legislation. And so you would ask why the creation of the Securities Commission or regulation or laws. But, Mr. Speaker, the main role of the Securities Commission, they would be to enforce the regulation for self-regulatory bodies created to oversee the work of those various entities. And that include, you would have public utility companies or the stockbrokers, investment advisors and companies, or even publicly held companies. The securities regulations, Mr. Speaker, they would regulate the various issues and the trading of those securities between investors. The security regulations would protect investors and promote fairness in the securities market and shares information. And the information that would be shared would be the information on companies, so that if you want to invest, you now have an area to go to get information on that company, so you know if it is a genuine company, if it's stable, what the track record is, so that you could safely invest. You could invest with you could make an informed decision now. By providing transparency in the financial workings of the company. because they would have to be on the stock market, you now would have to open up your books so that people or investors could come in and see how the company is doing before you invest. There are other cases, they would have people that come in and they fraudulently overvalue the company. But at these regulations now, they would have to provide proof of the value of the company. So, Mr. Speaker, the Securities Act is aimed to prevent security fraud, and stated that investors must receive truthful financial data about a huge percentage was taken in commission. So the Security Commission, the security legislation will provide for a code of ethics for people that buying and selling stocks. So finally, Mr. Speaker, they are required to disclose all trades, direct brokerage, clients referral, as well as any soft dollar practices. So I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, so that would protect both foreign or local investors that would want to invest in businesses throughout the OECS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Representative for St. John's. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, arise. I hope the Leader of Government Business did not say that I did not support or not support the bill, as mentioned before. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it is a very important piece of legislation here, the protection of our people. I used to be an investor myself. I think when I was in the United States, I was invested in Fidelity Investment. And then I had some Fidelity. And I came to Grenada and asked about investment and, to transfer funds and so forth, and asked about stock trading and so on. They pointed me to Clico, Bico, to SGL funds and to some other funds, and the time of the action, you have 8%, you have 10%. And I mean, I was invested in Fidelity for years, and you could not see those kind of interest. So I did not take up the offer of 8%, 10%, and the history is there now. But I remember there were young men from Carriacou, from Petit Martinique. I remember one 24-year-old telling me that, Mr. Clement, I'm a fisherman. I'm 24 years old, and I lost $30,000 in Cap Bank. I remember Cap Bank was the only bank in Petit Martinique at the time, so most of the fishermen, that is where the funds were. And some of them were also invested in Clico. And I know these monies were hard-earned monies. But, Mr. Speaker, when for the second reading for this security bill, I said I would not support the second reading at this time. if we look at the bill, Mr. Speaker, I look at all the others and I see that they're very necessary. Even this one here is necessary too. But when it is necessary, but it's also intense. It has 15 parts and 177 clauses. And with all the other bills and the time, I studied some of them, but this one, I did not have the opportunity to study it in details or even ask for consultation, be done on it. And this is why I raised the issue with Leader of Government Business to have all these bills and all this resolution in one sitting or for one day, and for all to be passed at all 3 stages. How many of us sitting in this house here today went through all of them in details, or even had the time to? And this is where I find, although, Mr. Speaker, I do believe it is well in its intention, but it is not well studied, well, at least by me, or I did not have the time to give it the value that I think it needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank my colleagues, member for St. John's, who lived in an environment for many years where you have, and a businessman by his own right, where you have stockbrokers and where you can raise a large amount of monies. And he did indicate that they experienced too lots of problems with brokers doing incorrect things, etc. And he gave a perfect example, Mr. Speaker. Well, this bill, having been informed by those persons with experience, has really taken all of this into consideration, and it makes the people liable in their own right. Some of them may be working with a company, and it's the company is liable, and at times they are liable. So there's no escaping. That is why, Mr. Speaker, it is so important for us to be part of the international community and to get membership, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the bills, they're plentiful, the number of clauses, etc. It was not done only by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. It was done again by the IMF assistance with a lot of consultants and a lot of stock market arrangement. Yes, finally the responsibility rests with us to pass it or not to pass it. But, Mr. Speaker, the quantity of work that went into it and the quality of work that went into it should give us some ease of mind, not removing from what the member said. The normal days for sending a bill out is 7 days, and I think the clerk and the staff already met even more than the 7 days. But the volume and magnitude of these bills will require us as parliamentarians to spend some time on some bills more than the others. So we take his point, and one way of moving forward, it may be legal affairs and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank could have, when the COVID has died down, could have certain seminars for the business community and for the private sector. So I think as the council member on the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, I would propose this to them. Well, not only in Grenada, throughout the region. The point is there's so many people here not using it, not involved. Why should I, pay so much monies? I think Grenlick and maybe one or two other companies in Grenada were listed on the stock market. And when you don't do business, shares were not traded, one or two, then they don't have the financing from the activities of the stock exchange mechanisms in the region. But now, I think they too, with respect to the respective governments, they have an obligation to help us inform the private sector in the region. Yes, this is available, use your money. We know we had to use stockbrokers in Grenada and stockbrokers in St. Lucia because there was only maybe 1 or 2 registered in Grenada. 1 we found out. So we had to go to St. Lucia because, we have to tender everything that we do as a government. And so we looked for more than one person. And once you're in CARICOM, you're treated as a national with respect to these activities, Mr. Speaker. So In particular, Mr. Speaker, these three bills have now done what they have to do, and it has to go to the Senate, yes, but that will allow us to get accession into the international community, and it will help us protect, because we're still operating by what is there. The faster we get it into place and into law, the better will our citizens be protected, and more opportunities, because funds could flow in as well as it could flow out. And we want the funds to flow in so that our economic activities can grow. Speaker, I recommend this bill for a second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled Investment Fund Bill 2021, Securities Bill, that the bill entitled Securities Bill 2021 be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Securities Bill 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill part by part.
Honorable members, the question is that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill part by part. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. This House is now in committee.
Part 2, licensing of marketplaces and ancillary facilities.
Honorable members, the question is Part 2 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 3, licensing of intermediaries and individuals.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 3, licensing of intermediaries and individuals, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 4, conduct of business by licensees.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 4, conduct of businesses by licensee. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 5, registration and distribution of securities.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 5, registration and distribution of securities, form part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 6, continuing obligations of reporting issuers.
And I remember the question is that Part 6, continuing obligations of reporting issuers, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 7, governance of reporting issuers.
And I remember the question is that Part 7, governance of reporting issuers, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 8, takeover bids.
And I remember the question is that Part 8, takeover bills, form part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 9, disclosure of shareholdings of directors, officers, and significant security holders.
And I remember the question is that Part 9 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 10, uncertificated securities.
And I remember the question is that Part 10, uncertificated securities, form part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 11, market misconduct.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 11, market misconduct, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 12, listing and trading foreign securities, licensing and exchange membership of foreign participants.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 12, listing and trading of foreign securities, licensing and exchange membership of foreign participants, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 13, investigation, inspection and enforcement.
And I remember the question that Part 13 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 14, civil liability for misrepresentation.
And I remember the question is that Part 14 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 15, miscellaneous provisions.
And I remember the question is that Part 15, miscellaneous provisions, form part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Schedule 1, offenses dischargeable by payment of a fixed penalty.
Honourable members, the question is that Schedule 1 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Schedule 2, notice of opportunity to discharge liability.
Honourable members, the question is that Schedule 2 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Part 1, preliminary.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 1, preliminary, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I beg to move that the House resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resumes and the chairman of committee reports progress on the bill. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this Honourable House resumes. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Shall we just step back one? Honourable members, the question that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments. And I'm going to continue to say that the chairman's report was adopted as to the question that was asked by the leader of Government Business.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the Speaker, the chairman's reports be adopted.
Honourable members, that the chairman's report is adopted. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
The bill for an act shortly entitled Securities Bill 2021.
Honourable members, we have done well. And I promise that if we do well, I'm going to let you have lunch at 1300 hours. So lunch has been provided and it's prepared upstairs. So we are...
20 minutes late.
You are?
20 minutes again.
Lunch will be ready in 20 minutes again. All right, then we would not wait. We would proceed. And lunch is 20 minutes away, you said? Okay. Okay, then. I track what I said before and I'll say it afterwards.
Okay. Yes.
Honorable Representative for St. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Remote Employment Amendment Bill 2021. We must think it up, make us use I can see.
A bill to establish a remote work permit regime suited to non-nationals who wish to be employed under contractual obligations originating and relating solely to matters outside of the state of Grenada while being physically operating in the state of Grenada, shortly entitled Remote Employment Bill 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this time.
Enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Representative for St. Mark.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to establish a remote work permit regime that is suited for persons who wish to be employed abroad, but working out their employment in Grenada, which means that the base for their employment is in another country, but they're working, the carrying out of the duties can be done in Grenada. This method of working has become, is fast becoming the norm. It has become very common, and every time there's a forum on the future of tourism, it is one of the things that is talked about, working remotely. It is called, we call it commonly here, workation, because one can work and still have a vacation in the sense that they're in a different place, they will have time to explore, they can come in with their families, they can come in with their spouse, whichever side, and they can enjoy a different restful atmosphere while they carry on their work. It is also commonly called digital nomads, that the persons are digital nomads, in that they do not have to be physically in the place of work, but that they can be somewhere else and doing their work. And so this is the technical name that is commonly used, digital nomads. Mr. Speaker, of course, if it's a job where they're not on location, then they need certain amenities. And therefore, in order to perform their job, they're highly dependent on internet sources. They're dependent on Wi-Fi, smartphones, computers, whatever, and the voice over internet protocol. so that they can be in contact with the clients and their employer or employers. Mr. Speaker, this is a good way for generating business in a country because the person comes in and is stationary for a while within the country, then all of the protocols for coming in, filling out forms, testing, and so on, these are minimized. There may be necessity for testing at some point in time in that person's stay within the country. However, they avoid frequent entries and exits from the country, and they can stay in the country in the first instance for 1 year. And later on, I'll speak to some of the terms and conditions. But the country in which they decide to resign must, of course, have a very strong wireless or internet connection. I believe we are pretty much there or close to getting there. Our system is usually very reliable. Can't say that it happens in every part of the country, but I notice aggressive work is happening for more connections and so on, and I believe that we are in a good position to do that. The person too must be financially independent so that they don't come to Grenada looking for a job, looking for some source of income. In our case, we have put a minimum or a minimum threshold for $100,000. I think it's EC. I will check that again, Mr. Speaker, but I think it is EC $100,000 per annum. So they must be earning that, and the source must be from outside and not inside our country. So they must have some serious source of income. But people with that kind of income coming into Grenada, we expect them to use proper official accommodation, whatever it is, whether it's a hotel, whether it's an apartment from an apartment building or a single apartment or a downstairs apartment. Mr. Speaker, not so long ago, we came to this honorable house to ask for an inclusion of all types of accommodation, where we had started with one for the Airbnb. We had started with 3 rooms as a minimum to qualify for Airbnb. We did come to this honorable house to recommend starting from 1 bedroom. So persons with 1 bedroom can have such facility once these people are tested properly and so on, and they have been given a clean bill of health by the Ministry of Health, then they can occupy any It means that the revenues, the job can spread, or the monies that they spend then for accommodation, for the supermarkets. So the largest supermarkets in the town, let's say the town of St. George, can get additional business, but also the smaller, what we call shops in the communities, can also benefit from that kind of arrangement. Mr. Speaker, we have seen something like that already happening, and we just need to formalize it, happening in Grenada. There are a number of other islands that we have looked at what they have done. I have a few here, like Anguilla, Antigua, Aruba, Barbados, Bermuda, Cayman Islands. Also very recently, Dominica started this as well, and they said that they're benefiting very well from interest of the diaspora. So it's not just foreigners who want to come, but locals from whichever country that this program is being executed also want to go. So one of the first persons I know who did that is indeed a Grenadian who lived abroad, came in for a short time, and then realized that she could work here, stayed a much longer time than she had intended, and I think she went all through the different platforms with it, Facebook and so on, saying how wonderful it is to be in a place like Grenada and to work. Only yesterday, I visited one of the accommodation facilities in Grenada, and while I didn't speak to them, but speaking to the management, they said that there's a couple there who came for 2 weeks, and they fell in love with Grenada, and they have been here for 4 months now, asking for extension. So this thing is happening, and it's very easy to understand why, because of our beautiful country and our beautiful people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some terms and conditions which I will speak to now. So, the individual who wants to come, or the individuals, it can be a couple, it can be a family. The individual can come with his or her dependents, and it can be a spouse, can be a child under the age of 18 years, a person in respect of whom the main applicant or his or her spouse is the legal guardian. A parent or parents of any one of the spouses can also accompany them, and also a grandchild. So it makes room for a combination of family, and it allows family to stay together if that is necessary. And Mr. Speaker, I also think it would be very useful for persons who come to study at St. George University. We do know that oftentimes the students, the parents of the students, they come with them, and they come at important periods in the study at SGU. And the parents might just decide they want to accompany their child for a longer period than just a short vacation. And some of them have used the opportunity to enjoy the amenities and the attractions that we have in Grenada. And I believe that this would be a really good opportunity for them to be able to come for a longer period and to work in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I mentioned already that the dependents or the holder of the permit must not be seeking or engaged in employment within the country, but their work must come from outside. And also that they must not operate a business, so come into Grenada to set up a business to compete with locals. It also says that they must have a health insurance. So while our Ministry of Health or hospitals can provide health care for them, but they must be able to pay for the health care. Everyone, the holder of the permit to work, as well as the dependents of that holder. And no dependent, so if they have children, they will not be enrolled in the public school. And this is not necessarily to discriminate against them, but as the Minister for Education would have informed us, all of the schools are filled. So even some of the schools where they had to do rotations. So some would go in the morning, or some would go on a couple of days, and some will go on other days. It was because of the number of students that they had, and because of the relatively new the regulations about the social distancing and all of that. In order to be able to accommodate all the children in the school, they are filled. And therefore, what they found is that some of the private schools do have spaces. So the children of the family who are seeking school accommodation for their children would have to go to the private schools. And of course, that's why we insist on a minimum threshold of an income. So all of these things, insurance and other things, could be taken care of. So they must show proof of the actual income of the $100,000, their job, and to show that they have the job for the duration of the time that they ask for. So while it is in the first instance a maximum of 1 year, it can be 4 months, it can be 6 months, whatever they decide to do, but they must show proof of all of the things that are required. Mr. Speaker, also they must show evidence of the relationship. So if you say this person is your wife or this person is your child, I guess they'll have to bring like birth certificate, marriage certificates, whatever. So all of these things will be managed primarily by immigration and come under the minister with responsibility for immigration. Mr. Speaker, Clause 5 speaks about the modification of the permit. If there's any change in the situation with the applicant, let's say he thought he had the job for 1 year, but he lost his job for whatever reason, then he must report that, and if he cannot find another job, then he'll have to terminate the vocation or whatever we call it. Or if there's a change in any of the information that that individual, he or she, gave before, then they would have to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of terms and conditions that are well spelled out here. Clause 7 speaks to the revocation of the permit. If the person is found to have falsified any information, it can be revoked if they have omitted any information. And of course, if there is unacceptable conduct on the behalf of the person who holds the permit, then that permit, of course, can be withdrawn. And if that is withdrawn, then the individual would have to be sent back to their country. It may not always be the holder of the permit, it might be one of their dependents that they came into the country with. But so it may be, if it's one dependent, and that dependent can go back home, it may be that the permit does not necessarily have to be revoked, but that individual is sent back home. Or in certain circumstances, the whole family may have to go home. So there'll be a work permit register, and Clause 8 speaks to that, and Clause 9 speaks to exemption from the taxes. The usual taxes, since the money is coming from outside the country, then that person would not be, the individual or individuals would not be expected to pay taxes, the usual taxes on income. And also, Mr. Speaker, well, of course, there's a form that the applicant would have to apply for, and on that form, Schedule 2 speaks to the fees that they are required to pay. Application fee for one individual, application fee for an individual and up to 3 dependents, and so on and so on, and all of it is clearly spelled out here. But for one individual, it's $1,500 US for one applicant. That's about $4,050, and it details all the way down for any additional applicant how much it costs. It is well spelled out here. And this we used the countries that I mentioned before, what they are charging, and we tried to maneuver between the lowest and the highs so that our fees would not be prohibitive, but they would not be like too minimal to make any significant difference. So, Mr. Speaker, we have had consultations with a number of stakeholders within the industry, especially in the accommodation sector, but this will have implications for persons who do rentals and provide other services within the country, in communities or elsewhere. We have also had consultations with customs, immigration, and so on and so forth, and they have looked at what they would waive, duty, and what they would allow concessions on for supplies that are brought in. So it is well spelled out so that certain things cannot be brought in for resale and otherwise and so on. I just want to assure this Honorable House that we have exhaustively pursued discussions on this, and this is why we feel confident that we could take it through all stages, because all of the main stakeholders have been consulted on the matter, and also because we have had a number of other countries who have gone before, and we've seen the successes. This comes highly recommended from WTO, that is World Tourism Organizations. If we had a recent discussion with UNDP, and when they talk about the present and the future of tourism, this is where it's heading. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I present this bill to this Honorable House.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was warned this morning that maybe I should tread carefully with this bill since it was sent midday yesterday to me. But it was one of them that I read, and I read in details, and I tried to put some scenarios to it. And I'm wondering if the opposite would not happen. Here we are, and we are hoping to attract people to Grenada. And I ask the question in terms of work or not work, physical work, mental work.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Just on a point of order, I want to clarify, because when I came in, I made a joke with the leader of the opposition, and I just wanted to say that it was not a serious warning, and I did say to him that I will welcome any comments from him. So I don't want it to look as though he would need to have to chain himself again so that he wouldn't have to go out. It was just, Mr. Speaker, in jest. But also I want to say to Mr. Speaker that the bill was sent before, and yesterday it was resent with 1 or 2 minor corrections. So I don't know whether the leader of the opposition got it when it would have gone out the first time, but he did have it for more than a couple of days, and it's a short bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We agree on the chaining already. I will hold the key, so don't worry about that. Yes, leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it was a light moment with the good lady. But, Mr. Speaker, it was a short bill, so I read it, and I conjured up some scenarios in my mind. But before I go into the bill, I wonder in Grenada, in this time of technology, what we are capturing. Here we are going to try to capture in the form of work permits people that comes to our country, maybe for a short time or for a long time, or to stay in Grenada and work remotely. They're not working for any Grenadian, they're not working for the government, they're working for some company, wherever the company might be outside of the country. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, let us leave that a little while. What about those Grenadians today who are living in Grenada, working remotely for outside companies? Are we capturing them in our tax base? No. You know, a few years ago, my son said to me, "Daddy, you know what I want to be when I grow up? A YouTuber." Before, that was not there. But you could be a YouTuber living here in Grenada and earning more money than any one of us sitting inside this house. Are they being captured? Let me ask you, how many Grenadians now are working remotely for Google, Microsoft, Cisco system? You don't know. And maybe they're making 10 times. We are not capturing those tax bases. But here we are saying, if you live wherever you are and you're working online, you might come. And I mentioned Fidelity. I could come to Grenada for a 6-week vacation, and I come with my electronic device, and I make one call to the stock exchange and maybe earn more monies in that one call, which you could consider being working, that could raise the company for the rest of the year. How long will I have to stay in Grenada to consider it a working vacation? Is it a day, 6 weeks, a year? I mean, if one of those CEO comes and they declare that they're working and they might be making $2 million a year, we say, yes, let's tax them. Or if somebody else comes, at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, there is nobody anywhere in any part of the world will go on a vacation and will not work, You would send an email, you will make a telephone call, you would find out how your company is going, and it makes it easier to travel, but it makes it easier to work from anywhere. And my dear lady, you do not have to use the assets in the country to work anymore. You could use your satellite phone and so forth, so you don't even have to tap into the grid here. And people work with their own devices now. So you do not even have to use digital service of Grenada. But you come into the country and you would make sure, because these days there ain't no vacation where you are isolated anymore. You cannot be. So I want to know, will it be an attractive thing to ask people, especially in business sector, to pay for a work permit for $1,500 US? Would it be a deterrent for coming to Grenada, or even to come for a week or two? I think what we are looking at, I know the state of affairs in our country, and we want to get at all the little monies possible. But I can see, Mr. Speaker, that it can have negative connotations too. And we have to look now at broadening what is work and what is not work, because it's not physically present there anymore. So it's something that I think need a lot of thought and a lot of consideration before I think we go down that road, and then maybe we might have to come back to this house. Well, maybe we should try it, and if it don't work, we can always take it back. But that is what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill, give my full support to the bill. And Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to ensure that non-nationals physically located in Grenada, but who are under a contractual obligation to a company located outside of Grenada, can apply and be granted a remote work permit in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, what that work permit essentially allows non-nationals to work remotely from Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I don't want us to get confused with the work permit that is issued to non-nationals under the Foreign Nationals and Commonwealth Citizens Employment Act, Chapter 115. I raise it just because I know people were talking about it. Mr. Speaker, this initiative would encourage non-nationals to visit our country and stay for up to 1 year intervals and contribute to economic activity in this regard. Mr. Speaker, all segments of the economy would therefore stand to benefit from the aggregated consumption of these non-nationals. There will be a lot of benefits as they come together. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the remote work permits would not be granted to persons whose annual income is less than $100,000 EC. This ensures that they would essentially be placed on a middle-class level bracket, more or less, Mr. Speaker, of the society, with consumption patterns similar or greater than what that expected nationally. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this would have a very positive impact on the economic activities when aggregated over many individuals. Mr. Speaker, the remote work permit is granted for 1 year and is renewable upon application. However, several conditions must be met in order to prevent the permit from being revoked. And these include the holder of the permit cannot be employed in Grenada, neither operate a business nor consult for that business. The holder should also have a valid health insurance. So, Mr. Speaker, it's instructive to note that the main applicant can also apply for, dependents, and the presenter spoke of that. And, Mr. Speaker, they have the same sort of conditions attached. And also that will add to the economic development. Mr. Speaker, clearly these conditions safeguard our local jobs and the business community from competitive forces, but at the same time provides the added consumption component of economic activity. In addition, our healthcare system would not be financially burdened, given the fact that the cost of health issues would be covered by the non-nationals. So, Mr. Speaker, this government, we are cognizant of the headwinds imposed on the economy by the pandemic, and we will continue to examine and implement mitigating measures to bolster livelihoods and overall economic activity in this country. Mr. Speaker, this bill is one such mitigating measure, and I stand here today to give it my very full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew Southwest. Honorable Representative for St. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my two colleagues, the member on the other side and the member on this side, for the support of and the understanding of what this bill seeks to do. I just wanted to make two quick comments. That the issue of the fee that is charged, we did compare it with a number of other countries, and we, as I said before, we kind of in the middle. But we do not want to make it too. This is a business. This is an income-generating thing, and we want people who can buy in the communities and give a shop a sale or buy a Carib, whatever it is. And if they come too low, if you put it too low, then we don't want to wash your foot and come. We want it to be persons who can really contribute in the economy, in financially and contribute into the country in other ways. So I think, having looked at the others, that we're in a good place, and for what they're getting just for being in Grenada, it is well worth it. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, if I mentioned the diaspora, but I remember the Prime Minister of Dominica speaking about the interest that the diaspora was showing in this particular project. It would be nice to have some of our, it'd be nice to have some of our brothers and sisters, sons and daughters of this country come back, do their work and so on, even bring their family if necessary, and be a part of this program. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this bill I did say for second reading already. So, Mr. Speaker, I now beg to move that the House resolves itself.
Will I reject?
I reject. Mr. Speaker, yes, I will agree. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was about to recommend for second reading, and somehow I thought I was wrong. Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, I want to recommend this bill for second reading.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled Remote Employment Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Remote Employment Bill 2021.
Honorable Member for St. Mark.
Mr. Speaker, I now beg that this
I think the ayes have it. Yeah.
Clause 3, remote work permit.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3, remote work permit, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 4, application for permit.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 4, application for permit, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 5, modification of permit.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 5, modification of permit, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 6, renewal of permit.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 6, renewal of permit, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 7, revocation of permit.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 7, revocation of permit, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 8, remote work permit register.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 8, remote work permit register, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 9, exemption from specified taxes.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 9, exemption from specific taxes, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 10, presumption of non-residence.
And I remember the question is that Clause 10, presumption of non-residence, form part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 11, amendment of schedules.
And I remember the question is that Clause 11, amendment of schedule, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
And I remember the question is that Clause 1, short title, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. Honorable.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I beg that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House resumes and the Chairman of committee reports progress on the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, this Honorable House resumes. I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment. Honorable Representative for St. Mark.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I beg that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's reports be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Representative for St. Mark.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that question proposed is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Remote Employment Bill 2021.
Get high making money moves with the NLA's new Aces High Scratch game with 4 chances to win. Beat the dealer's card to win the prize shown. Reveal an A symbol. And just like that, you are automatically a winner. Scratch away to win the top prize of $10,000. Win easy with Scratch. Must be 18 or older to play.
Good day, viewers and listeners. Welcome to the National Lottery Authority's Daily Pick 3 Midday Draw for today, Friday, the 21st of May, 2021. I'm Lexanne Fletcher, and I'll be your draw hostess for today. And standing in with me is Miss Makiba Bain. She's representing PKF Accountants and Business Advisors. Ms. Bain is here to ensure the games for today are conducted in a fair and accountable manner, that the game balls have not been tampered with and are within industry standards. A quick reminder, as always, with the Pick 3 game, you can bet as little as $1 on inline, mix and pair tickets, and from $2 on backup tickets. Let's find out what the winning numbers will be for today. It pays to play. Good luck. All right, if you bought your ticket